Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Sorry about all the technical issues. We are here with our second run, Haven. I will hand it over to the runner and commentary, let them introduce themselves.
Hello, I am Sly Cooper. I'm going to be your runner for Haven today. This is an absolutely fabulous indie gem put out by the Game Bakers back at the end of 2020. It's been, since then, it's gotten itself a rebalance, and then later it got a update called the Couples Update, which revamped the entire game to allow you to play as our wonderful couple, Kay and you, in several different gender variations. And joining me here on the couch, we have the absolutely wonderful Bloop.
Oui, bonjour, I'm Blooper. I will be your French commentator for today/tonight, wherever you are on whichever side of the earth, if that makes sense. I'll be losing my English from time to time as well. Please bear with me.
That is okay. You're allowed to panic in French on this stream.
Yes!
I know we've been doing our best getting, just shout outs to the tech crew, getting everything together. They are amazing. But I know y'all have probably been looking forward to more gaming, so I'm happy to go ahead and kind of get us started. As you can see right up here at the front, we have our choices for which version of K&U we're going to play, because this is a send up to the wonderful Frame Fatales event that we just had, which was amazing and fantastic. Y'all did so great. We are definitely going to be doing the two-lady version.
Yes.
So,
and as we say in French, bravo les lesbiennes.
Yes.
That's it.
So I hope everyone is looking forward to meeting your new favorite space lesbians.
Yes.
And the very first choice that we actually make in Haven for the speedrun is which difficulty level to play on. So we play on reduced difficulty. This makes it so that way our boss fights are easier and our movement is going to be easier too. Haven has some really tricky boss fights and some really tricky movement. So this is just a safety thing that we do for the speedrun. All right, but if we are all good, I think we're going to go ahead, get this run going. So,
We're all set whenever you're ready.
All right, so for tech, I will count down. The game starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Good luck. I will let people know we're going to be fast forwarding through all the dialogue and cutscenes. So because of that, you will see this sort of glitchy effect. But best thing you need to know is this is Kay, this is you. They are making out on the kitchen counter level in love. And we love them for it.
Yes.
Now, Haven doesn't really waste any time getting you familiar with its system. So this is our little tutorial section. And we get to be introduced to the best thing about Haven, which is this beautiful gliding motion that really just makes this game a joy to play.
Yeah, it's just the whole movement syntax is so enjoyable just because you're nicely gliding/floating around, and it's just so fantastic.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to, but once you get used to it, it's so nice. And the team, they were very heavily inspired by another wonderful indie game, Flower, for kind of the feel of Haven's exploratory gameplay. This is the one tricky section. Let's see. Because sometimes it doesn't count that first drift for me.
Yeah, the tutorial is actually a bit trickier than it seems, because you need to perform several times the same actions just to make sure that you actually have the controls in your hands and stuff. But it's actually quite precise, and especially if we want to go fast, this is like, I wouldn't say one of the toughest part of the speedrun, but almost, you know.
It's definitely a time for sure. But also we get introduced to Haven's cooking and crafting system, which if you can see, it actually uses both sides of my controller. A lot of Haven is, even when you're playing solo like I am, is to replicate the feeling of two people working together.
Yeah, you will definitely, you will see definitely most of the time that you have two sides of the controllers, and each side is really representing one character.
Right. So K is the left side of the controller, the D-pad. U is the right side, the face buttons.
And you will see.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're kind of getting introduced. We'll give you story updates kind of as they go. So we're kind of introduced to the basic conceit of Haven, which is that Kay and you have escaped an authoritarian government called the Apiary. And one of the things that the Apiary does is they pick out who you're going to marry. And our lovely ladies here were not set to marry each other. Kay was set to marry a female scientist, and you was set to marry a male politician. And they didn't jive with that because they're already in love. And so they're like, we're just going to leave all that behind. And they found this forgotten planet called Source. And they have come here to start a new life. Unfortunately, our girls are not having a good day. There was a giant earthquake. It knocked the nest from its little perch. And now we got to actually start exploring this world. And Source is made up of a whole variety of different islets. And they're all these sort of cool floating islands, and they're connected by flow bridges. Flow is this power source that we have in Haven. So it's that beautiful blue lines that you'll see that you can use to kind of guide your motions. And we need to, in the early game at least, kind of keep an eye on how much flow that we have. That's because we're going to run into rust. Rust is this sort of weird pollution that's here on Source. But we can clean it up by running over it with our cool sparkle boots. And we're going to need a lot of rust because it's also going to be our crafting item for Haven.
Yeah, we'll be using a lot of rust, so we'll be gathering a lot of rust, knowing that you have different types of rust and that you will need certain types for certain things. So yeah, that's a big important thing, being sure that you have enough flow and enough rust.
Yeah, it's more important in the early game. By the time we get to the later half, it will be less important. Now, one thing that I'm doing that's a little different than what I do normally is I'm going to go up this hill and I'm going to actually collect this extra bit of rust here. That's a bit of safety because our first boss in the game, Big Fry, can sometimes not quite get us enough. And I'm just going to, when we get up to the top here, I'm going to do one check just to make absolutely sure we have enough before we move on. So I'm looking for 8. So I'm just going to check.
Okay.
Yep, cool. Yeah, I was running into this when I was practicing, where Big Fry didn't give me enough crude rust, and it is much, much harder to find the crude rust you need on Big Fry's island as compared to just picking up a spare one here. But we're good.
Yeah, definitely the little detour is definitely worth it.
Yeah, because
so we're good.
Yeah, there's plenty of rust on Big Fry's islet, but there's only one extra piece of crude, and it's in a really annoying location. So better just to pick up one here. But anyway, we've gotten back to the nest. Unfortunately, both Kay and you and the nest are all pretty shooken up. And we're going to have our sort of first bit of repair, which is to get the nest out of the little place it's stuck to. But luckily, we always make sure that we have enough to cover that. So we're going to be using these... Oh, there's a special term for them.
I can't remember.
Yeah. I'm skipping through this and some of the saucy dialogue. I know you didn't see it, but trust me, that dialogue was a little sassy. But we have done it. We have done our first repair, and now we get to start exploring. And also, the whole islet system also makes it so that way. That's how Haven handles kind of its load times. So as we move to each different islet, we get something new to see. Also, chat is calling out how good the soundtrack is. The soundtrack is absolutely amazing.
It is
done by the wonderful French artist Danger. it is amazing jams to hover to.
Oh, definitely, they did a great job at just putting up the soundtrack together. It's amazing.
Yeah, so now we have our first, this is our tutorial fight. Actually, I need to be on here. Okay, so now that I've kind of gone through and did, like, you defeated an enemy and you get to pacify it. Like, now it'll let me do rush mode, which is the auto battler system. Also, I wouldn't normally do this, but because it's this little special event, please appreciate Oink. This is Oink. This is our best boy. And we're going to give him a little scritch. We love best boy Oink.
Oink. Oui.
So we're going to run into our first encounter with aerial threads. So we had those other flow threads before. You can see this one goes up actually into the sky and kind of allows us the ability to go to places we can't reach normally. However, we're too heavy. Our boots are not cool enough and sparkly enough to let us get over there. So we have to go find an upgrade for them.
Exactly.
But that's going to be found really, really quickly. We've already kind of talked a little bit about the first boss. We're going to meet him in just a second. You just gotta...
Yeah, you will see that we don't have that many encounters in this run.
No.
So
yeah, we're
enjoy them while you can.
Yes. Now, to be fair, Haven has a really interesting battle system. Like we said, the controller is split, so I control K and U each separately. And they each sort of have like their own like timer, as does the boss. But give me 1 second. I have to pay attention. So you have to do at least one attack on Big Fry to unlock the ability to Duo Blast. And then what we're doing is we're kind of taking care of a little corner case that allows us to Duo Blast and then release it into Rush Mode, which gives us the Rush Mode damage bonus. And this lets us take out Big Fry in just 4 hits like we did here. And we're all good.
Nicely done.
Nicely done. Big Fry, all taken care of. And now he's not angry anymore.
And yeah, the big thing with Haven is that you will never be actually hurting or beating enemies. You will always be pacifying them because they're nice and they're our friends and they're just being corrupted by the rust. So we're helping them.
Yep. And we did end up with only 1 crude rust from Big Fry, which is just enough. We're all good. Like, yeah, but he can give you no crude rust, and that's the little thing I was trying to avoid. Also, hey, that's the radar. We're not using the radar. This
will be extremely helpful if you, like, during your first playthrough, because as Kala said, you have a lot of different islets with their own names and stuff, so it's really easy to get lost. But Scala knows the game perfectly. She doesn't need that.
I mean, I know the areas of the speedrun perfectly. Please don't ask me to go to anywhere we don't go to in the speedrun. Don't ask me how to get to the swamp. Okay. I don't know.
How do you get to the swamp?
I don't remember. I think it's what? It's like it's like down in like the southern end of the Green Plain area. There's a not purple that you meet.
I'm not even sure that you can go to the swamp without the help of our friend.
Oh no, you do need the help of who we affectionately nicknamed Not Burble, and we'll meet regular Burble later. But yeah, you need a little help to actually get to the swamp. I didn't get to do the cool thing where I hit the tree and I clear out everything. It's cool when you can clear out all the rust by just hitting all the big nodes. But now we get to go back to where the aerial thread was and open up a whole new area of the map.
Yep, because now we managed to upgrade the boots.
Yes.
So we can fly.
Yes, so now we have even more special sparkly boots, which is what really every lesbian needs.
Yes.
Also, I do appreciate, I know people in chat have been keeping track of how many like hugs and kisses we've been getting, which is great. I love the little kiss one. It's so cute.
Yep.
And also, people have been commenting about how good the art is. One of the wonderful things that they do with the game is when you pick your couple, it also changes all the art to reflect your choice, which I think is fantastic. Also, we had a question in chat asking if this game is co-op. Yes, this game is absolutely co-op.
You can definitely play that with a friend or your significant other or whoever you want. And that's a nice experience. And this game, by essence, is meant to be not a difficult one. It's made to be extremely accessible to anyone, even to people who actually never played video games before. So if you like what you see and you think that you want to play it solo or you want to share it with a special someone, please go for it. You'll love it.
And it is both local and online co-op are available. We have kind of talked about trying to figure out how to do like online co-op for the speedrun, but the timing is so tight that we worry about. Like, I've wanted to do it, but I worry about like the lag getting in the way of the really tight timing. But anyway, we're going to keep ourselves moving along. So we kind of got directed to come visit this big machine. We're going to touch it, and maybe we shouldn't. Definitely
shouldn't have done that.
I'm sure this will not come back to bite us later. Also, I will give a shout out to the to all the different accessibility options in Haven. There are some that for example, I turn off screen shake in the game because I find it very distracting. But there's like a bunch of other ones. You can make it so that way commands can be input easier. We don't do that for the speedrun though, because we need to be able to input them a specific way. Oh, yeah, I gotta do the little trick where I almost avoided Burble, but I didn't. Here she is. It's Burble.
It's all right. Hi, Burble.
Hi, Burble. We love you. Unfortunately, we cannot talk to you right now. We have to come back and make friends with you later. Cool. But we are friends now. We are friends of Burble. We'll see more of Burble later.
Bisous, Burble.
Bye, Burble. We love you.
Yay.
3, 2, 1.
We're just going to go
through
this real quick.
Ready when you are.
Yeah. No, I was just going to explain more into details how the fight system works.
Go for it.
Because we have two different type of attacks. We have the blast and the impact. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I tend to swap both of them all the time. Like the impact is the melee attack.
Yes.
And the blast is the range attack.
Yeah. 1 second.
Yes.
That Chiruta just always wants to get up in your business.
Yeah.
It looks like an assembly.
Yeah, because as you might have seen, so we're going only through the mandatory fights in the game, but you have different enemies and friends. Actually, you have both of them walking around on the maps, and if they happen to see you, they will start chasing you.
Yes.
You usually are fast enough to avoid them, but it's tricky still.
Yeah, we're going to unlock something in just a second, but first, Bloot. 1 second. I tapped that by accident. Give me just a second, because I tend to listen for knock here. Just boss number 2. Okay. And perfect! That's how we want that fight to go.
Nice.
Yeah, so basically...
Excellent.
To get through Knock is supposed to be a tutorial boss to teach you about like timing and shielding and all this sort of like really important stuff for when you're playing the game casually. For the speedrun, what we do is we stack 3 different damage multipliers all at once. So we're doing the rush mode, we're doing the duo blast, and we are also hitting Knock when they've just done an attack and they are vulnerable. So they're in a vulnerability state. And doing all of that at once basically makes it say we hit Knock for their full HP in one attack.
And this is extremely impressive, but it's really like the timing for that is extremely tricky. So that's why we needed to give Scala the full space to hear the audio cue she's using.
Yeah, I listen for Nock's little screech right before they attack.
Yep.
And that's how I kind of know, okay, that's when I have to hit it. Because if you're too fast or if you're too slow, you'll miss Nox's vulnerability window. And it's just not a good time. So now we've unlocked Flow Burst. That allows us to gather rust from a distance. Also allows us to scare off any creatures that want to attack. Also locks options. Let's see if I got this right. Let's see if Grumpy Bug, if I appeased them. I did! Hey, good job. If you time that just right, you can hit it so that way Grumpy Bug gets hit before the cutscene plays, but we'll still unlock the bridge for you. Also, I love this jump. It's one of my favorite jumps in the whole game.
Yes.
We got our first part of the nest. Yeah.
Yay!
So now we can do our. Now the game is going to assume that you're going to want to repair the nest right away. We don't want to do that. We're going to be repairing the nest all at the end. But because of that, it gives you a warp back to the nest. So because of that, we kind of have to plan out what order we gather stuff in. So right now, we just got ourselves the cylinder, so the hydraulic cylinder. Now we're going to go and grab the engine hood. And then we're going to take a little break to do some stuff in the nest. Making sure that lizard doesn't chase me. One of the things with the chase mechanic is that it changes the camera view. It pulls the camera back so you can see the creature chasing you. And I don't want that to happen. It's very disorienting.
It's really disorienting and annoying. So we definitely don't want that to happen.
Yeah, so I will often just try to like preemptively knock out chasers with my flow burst. And also, yes, the little chibis, when you collect a part, they look so happy. If you missed it the first time, you're going to get it in the second time right now.
They're just so adorable.
Yeah, this is another, that's a cat that will chase you.
Enjoying the view?
I love that conversation. The enjoying the view? Definitely conversation. That one's so good. They're so sassy. I love them.
Yay, chibis!
Chibis! Also, let's see if we can actually show off one of the fun things in Haven. I usually do it here if I'm going to do it, which is, let's see. Y'all, I know someone got hurt. Yeah, let's take care of that.
Yay!
Yes. Thank you.
Which is, in Haven, you can heal with a kiss, which is also how I feel when I kiss my partner, I have to say.
Very true.
I also gained 17 HP. But now we've unlocked crafting, so we're going to go ahead do ourselves some crafting. We're required to do 1 cure capsule and then 1 impact capsule. We're not going to be using that cure capsule. We don't need it. But we definitely need these impact capsules.
Yeah, the cure capsule actually is mandatory. This is your tutorial, and then you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but you have to make the impact before it will let you, like, unlock being able to make doubles or triples. You can make as many as you have rust for.
Rust.
Yes. But now we're also planting a flower here that'll make Burble want to come visit, which is great. And finally, we got one last thing that we're going to do here.
All right. You can open your eyes. Surprise anniversary!
Happy surprise anniversary, everyone!
Yay!
So that's how we unlock the level up system. We're not leveling up, though. We don't need to in the speedrun. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know in the older route you would level up, but in the newest patch, it's not required, so we just don't do it. We don't need any of the extra HP or fancy moves. Also, because I'm sure... go ahead. You go ahead, and then I'll go.
No, I was just about to say that because the routes are so different in between the old patch and the new patch. Like the speedrun is totally different, to be fairly honest, and both are really interesting. If you happen to want to check that at some point.
Yes. Also, so that way no one is surprised, the reason why it's showing a Nintendo Switch, though I play on PC, is that I have an 8-bit controller that I play with, and having the Switch controller layout is helpful. But cool, we've basically prepared for the whole second half of the game at this point.
Yep.
One of the things that Haven has, and this is sort of as a way to make you as the player kind of slow down, and to also because eating is like a big thing for KNU, is there's a hunger system in Haven. So every half hour, KNU want to have half of a real time, KNU get hungry. And if you ignore their request to eat, they will eventually get a hunger debuff that will affect how well they perform in battle. So what we try to do in the speedrun is to make it so that way all the 4 required boss fights that we have happen in the first half hour of the run. So we have 2 more to go. So we're going to be going off now to the 3rd boss fight. So we're kind of back. Basically, there's this little rhythm in the speedrun where you go back and forth between, okay, this is like gathering parts, and then this is like doing story-related things. So we're back on the story path.
Did you feel bad?
So right now, ooh,
Like,
Sorry.
no, I was more like, ooh, like sometimes you run into the geometry. And KNU will just go a little different than you're expecting them to go. You're like, oh, okay, ladies, calm down.
Yeah.
I was just gonna make.
Happens.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna just sort of you'll see me doing this a whole bunch. Oh
you should take
no, we're not going slow. This is a speed run. But here, I'll put her in the lead for a bit. Usually about once per run, someone will ask for me to swap.
Yep.
Yeah. To answer your question in chat, basically the main reason why there usually isn't like a co-op run is just because the people who run this game, we're not close enough to perform a co-op run. Where we want to try to do one.
As we said, like there is possibilities to play online, co-op online, but the timings are really tricky.
Okay, so it's a serious time. So give me just a second.
Yep.
This is boss fight number 3. Okay. Come on.
And this one is like the toughest of the game.
Yep, okay, I'm good.
Nice.
That's exactly how we want that fight to go. So
lovely.
So that fight was very condensed down, and I know looked really simple. But I'll sort of give a quick overview on it. So those are the Hornets. The Hornets are they're the Apiary's robot cops, and they came to arrest KNU, for escaping the Apiary. So now we're fugitives on top of everything else. It's okay though. KNU both agreed that be gay, do crime, and write ballads and erotic poetry about it. It's great. It's perfect. So, but for the Hornets, that fight is like designed to make you have to really pay attention to setting up vulnerabilities, kind of like we had with Knock. Or Knock is the one that creates the vulnerability that gives you the opportunity. With the Hornets, it's basically impact, and then it's blast and impact is how you're supposed to deal with them. So we got those capsules, and luckily, the game does not make you have to listen to the capsule introduction sequence in the Hornet fight. So we have those capsules ready, and so we do our impact, so we do our blast, then we do our impact, and if everything goes right, it goes just as smoothly as you saw there. The main problem with that fight is the Hornets can incapacitate one of your characters with a bind attack, and if that happens, you have to immediately deal with that before you can overload them. But we just had a boss fight. What if I had another boss fight? So this is Daiko. This is boss fight number 4. This is actually our last boss fight in the game. I know, we're only halfway through. But for this one, we have to listen to the capsule tutorial.
First, you'll have to
Yeah,
explain to me how.
because we never used them in the past, you know?
No.
Remember?
We have totally never used them.
Never.
Okay. Dang. So basically, Daiko can either play nice or play not nice. Daiko decided to play not nice with us. Oh, hello? Oh, because we're in the attack animation. I'm waiting. Okay. So there we go. We're all good now.
Be nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Almost done.
So basically, what we want to have happen in that is we want Daiko to use its rock laser on us. With that knockout fight, we end up losing a turn, and then that gives just enough time for our little cat friend there to get back up. And so that's why. Oh, hey, it's our first time of spicy tax.
It's only the first one.
I know. So let's explain about spicy tax. Spicy tax is something that we have started doing when we run Haven at an event, where if we get that particular loading screen, which is why on my streams I always give a warning about incidental nudity, and we're like, hey, this is a thing that's going to happen. And, we've had, discussions. I had discussions about this, a lot of thoughts about it. Because it actually was something that kind of made me a little hesitant a bit about submitting this game to events. But the way I have come to kind of see it and explain it is that, we have our wonderful, wonderful friends over, who do horror game speedruns. And they don't have to apologize for what's in their game. And I don't think I should have to apologize for what's in my game, where, this game is rated mature because they wanted to be able to explore K and U's relationship in full, and that, includes the fact that they get intimate with each other. So I support the spicy cutscenes, and even though I know the marathon is wrapped up and y'all did well over $110,000, which is amazing, I will still do my spicy tax donation after this run to the Malala Fund.
Yep.
Anyway, this is a big plot point. We meet Yu's mom. Yu's mom runs Exanova, which is sort of like the big corporation in the apiary. Turns out that Exanova is the reason why Source is broken up into all these islets. Also, we kind of, she kind of makes some references to some other persons of note in the apiary, mainly Lord Ozius.
Sorry.
It's okay. I kind of mentioned earlier that you always was meant to marry a male politician, and that is Lord Ozius, who is a jerk. Who is known?
We don't like Ozius.
No, we don't like Ozius. He's known for being a jerk, and you have been keeping that from Kay this entire time, and so they have a giant fight about it. Because Kay's like, hey, I would have liked to have known that you were supposed to marry, the worst politician in the entire apiary. And this might be, kind of a good bit of information to know. So...
communication.
Yeah. And so they have a giant fight. And the thing that's really, sad is, you as the player, you can't stop their fight. You could try to lessen the impact of it, but you can't stop it. And in the speedrun, though, we just let them get big mad because it's faster.
It's true, though. But yeah, when you play the game for the first time, it's so heartbreaking.
It's the worst. Also, I'll wait till we get to the next screen to show it off. Because one of the things I really like about Haven is it has a lot of really good examples of gameplay and story integration. So remember, Use has the face buttons. I can't use the radar right now because it's on Yu's side of the controller and she's missing. So I can't use the radar, which that was something else that, when that happened, when I was playing casually, oh my god, it scared me.
Yeah, it's so many deep intentions in little details is just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'll show another fun one in just a second. But but luckily, Kay figures out that you must have gone to the vid chat. But now there was an earthquake over here, and now you is stranded on the other side. But that's okay. We're going to find a way back to each other. And I will show off, I'll wait to get to the next map where you can really see it well. So now we have swapped characters. So now Yu is by herself and is trying to find her way back to Kay. So we have this little sort of like solo Yu section after the solo Kay section. And one of the things that's really great about Haven, like it does a lot of really good gameplay and story integration, it makes it so that way a lot of it feels very natural. But if you go and you look at the map, you can see all we have for our objective is find Kay. There is no other objectives right now.
Which makes sense.
Oh yeah, but if you've been playing this game and you've sort of been looking at the map, you'll see that there'll be like little like notes and messages that they leave to each other. And to have all of that wiped out, and there's only find Kay. That's it. That's all that will be written on these maps until they reunite. It's such a good, like story beat. It's just a good way to integrate like the whole story with the UI, with the gameplay. It's so smart.
Yeah, very true.
Oh, that's actually a good question in chat.
Yep.
If you're playing, if you're playing with co-op, like what is the other player doing right now?
I actually never played co-op.
Yeah,
so
I've never
I'm
played
not
co-op
sure.
either.
Like, Nicole, if you're still in chat, I think you played the game co-op.
Oh, wait,
Do you have an answer on that?
I just missed door skip.
Oh,
dang! So you can skip that little cutscene to see the door. Like you have to sort of just slide just out of the cutscene trigger area, so it takes a little bit of work. I mean, it's fine if you don't hit it, but I always try to out of pride. Oh, okay, so you literally just do nothing if you're playing co-op.
You're just gonna go grab a cup of tea or something.
The ultimate BK mode. Oh, I got lost. I got so lost playing this section casually because I couldn't find the exit on the waterfall area.
Yeah.
Eventually I did. But anyway, it's time for the best cutscene in the game, and I'm sad you can't watch it. You have to just trust me. This is the best cutscene in the game. Because I love use little I don't know, like it's not the love confession, but it's like a rededication confession, I guess.
Anyway, again, play Haven. This game is fantastic.
Please play it.
And you're seeing just a little bit of what this game has to offer.
Please play Haven. It's so good, and I love it, and I think everyone should play it. Do you know how much it is right now? It kind of goes on sale fairly often.
Let me check. It's either $20 or less than that, if I remember well.
Usually.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we did a whole bunch of plot. You know what time it is? It's time for nice, chill exploration.
Yay!
Which this is like if we were in the normal marathon setting. This is where I tell the host like, oh, you could just vamp all you want. We're just chilling. So I was trying to think of what we could talk about, and here you go. If you're thinking about buying Haven, I will tell you about some things that are in the casual run that are not in the speed run. Let's see. So there's Snetty, Alpha Zulaloom is another thing. Pickle Bobble, and Strip Pickle Bobble. Wink, wink. There's use cozy tea time. I love use cozy tea time.
Yep.
There is a highly educational book. It is very educational.
I forgot about this one. It's very true.
It's very educational. Mm-hmm.
Very educational.
Yes. Let's see. You can get a poster for Yu's favorite band. Go Acrobots. There's an entire plot line about cows, even though Kay and you do not know what a cow is.
Very true.
There's lots of different camping stories. I like the camping stories a lot. Like, there's Space Caress. I feel so bad. All these wonderful people, they do not know about Space Caress or the Secret Beach.
Oh, definitely you have to play Haven,
Yes.
chat.
But you know what is the saddest of all that we don't get to see in the speedrun? It is, of course, Muffin! How can you forget about Muffin and Cupcake?
Because I haven't played the game casually since it got released.
Okay, I did have.
Oh gosh.
I love Muffin and Cupcake. The Muffin and Cupcake, like, oh. Did I get caught? I got caught on the rocks there. I usually don't.
It's all right. We have a question in chat.
Yes.
Do dialogue choices matter? Yes, they do.
Yes.
Like basically, the choices that you do will build confidence for the two characters that you have. So confidence for you and confidence for Kay, and this will matter at the end of the run.
Yeah. It doesn't super duper matter
No.
too much for us. It will just matter what flavor we get. But yeah, we
Exactly.
did a little exploration. We got ourselves some hydro propellers. We'll kind of be going back to that area in just a second. But before we did, we went over another part. But we're going to go ahead and grab that one now. Also, if you notice, the music is now changed on this islet. This is the Hornet theme song. And this is how the game lets you know that you're on an islet where there are hornets patrolling, which is such an amazing touch. I love this so much.
Yep. And it's so subtle. I mean, I managed to realize that only because Kala told me. Mm-hmm. Kala told me. Yeah.
Hello?
I don't
There
know
it
why
is.
I put a D at the end of your name.
That's fine.
I don't know. I think I tried to get to the past tense. Your name?
You tried to Scalad.
So?
You got
I
Scalad.
don't know what's
Okay.
going on with my broken French brain.
It's okay. Anyway, hey, look who's back. It's Burble.
Yeah.
And surprise, Burble is our fast travel system.
Yep.
But Burble is very particular about where she will go, so she will only go to an island that's been clear of rust. We got the cutscene glitch. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay.
It's okay. It doesn't. It's only for the visuals, so we don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's just a visual glitch.
Yeah, because the game is not expecting you to bring Burble like here for your first trip with her. So we touched this map earlier just to add it to our map, because this is a safe islet that Burble is always happy to go to.
Yeah.
And we just wanted to just mark it on the map. And down here we have another bit of a spaceship scout salvage. Now, the one thing that's really nice about Haven is that there are multiple copies of several of the repair items, so you have like a few choices as to where to go to find them. One that doesn't is the left wing. The left wing is only located at the very end of the game, and that's the last one we need. Also, hey, remember those apple juice I made at the very beginning of the game? They're for Burble all along. You have to bribe Burble for most of your your flights with her. So, congrats, Burble. You have been so useful. We love you so much. We are going to be sad that we don't see you again. Thank you, Burble. So now we get to go
Bye, Burble.
back to the plot.
Yep.
So we had that door that we saw. We didn't want to see, but we still saw it anyway. Now we're gonna go open up that door. You can just run into it, by the way. You get the cutscene. Anyway, Kay opened the door. Good job, Kay. I'm so proud of you.
Bravo.
Bravo, Kay. And this is where Kay takes a second and she explains to us how rustjacking works, which is a real phenomenon that happens in the actual world, by the way. I know about this because I work in local government, and we have to know about this for building preservation purposes. So there you go, rustjacking. It's real. It's not just a weird fantasy thing that we're talking about.
Trust jacking, it's a thing.
It is a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing that will cost you millions of dollars if you don't take it into account.
Yeah.
But now we get to go
is a thing.
to the latter half of the game.
Yeah.
So, but I have to admit, I love like kind of moving through this map because I love the fact you just go wee and you're done. Wee, because that map is one of the most annoying to clean up. Like if you're going for the full islet cleanup, it's really annoying to have to clean up because it has like all these weird little like crevices around it.
Maybe one fragment away, tops.
But I like the fact in the speedrun we just hop down, we just don't bother.
We need to be careful.
Yeah.
Know for sure.
Oh, also we have one more fight to do. I know we are done with all the boss fights. We have one last fight, and it's this fight right here. But don't worry, it's fine.
It's gonna be a fast one.
Yeah.
Worry not.
But you see that we have that orange bar now for our the loading, and it load a lot slower. Yeah, that's because we have the hunger debuff right now. But it's fine. That was the last fight we needed to do. All right, now I'm going to do my best to clip through this rock. This rock was giving me trouble, like when I was practicing. I think I got it good. Anyway, it's Thievius.
Nice. Boo!
Boo!
We don't like you, yes. Boo!
I mean, here's the thing. Thievius is good as an antagonist. But he's also here to be a creep and basically say, oh gosh, no, go away. Oh gosh, come on, go away. Oof, okay.
No, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. I have to just make sure I go back this way very carefully so I won't wake him up. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a little, so basically
Nice
what we do is we clip down through the rock to get down to that bridge really fast. However, there's that little scorpion dude that hangs out down there and he likes to chase you. But it's fine. We got through it. We're all good. Anyway, but Ozzy's is really good as an antagonist. Because he kind of comes in, he creeps on you, which is already, like, the worst. And then, basically it's like, I'm coming to Source, and if you all don't decide to come willingly, you're going to get arrested, and then you're going to get brainwashed. And it's an interesting thing, like, how much they managed to fit into that really small conversation. So you get, like, the whole vibe with Ozius in one conversation.
Yep.
It's really, really well done, actually. Also, it's something you really don't get in the speedrun that you get in the casual game. You get the whole story about how you punched Ozius, which is great, and I support her wholeheartedly.
Yes! Definitely.
Yes, please punch him in the face. Thank you. Anyway, so we got a piece of hyper rust earlier from the big door. Now we have to find at least one more to be able to unlock the end of the game. So there's 4 pieces in total. So there's the one you get from the plot, and then there's one you get through interactions with Oink, and then there's one for defeating a bonus boss, and there's one you get from doing this little exploration section. I know there's been talk about double checking the timing on all this. I still kind of am pretty sure this is the fastest second one you can get.
Still sounds like the fastest, to be fairly honest. But we'll check.
Yeah, we do want to double check.
Yeah.
My only concern with the Oink one is that it's so many cutscenes, and you have to do his bonus boss fight. And I don't want to have to fight Oink.
Yeah.
Fighting Oink hurts my soul.
And plus, you also rely on where on the Nest Islet is Oink. So you also have to move, and depending on where Oink is, it can be like either super fast or really long because it's is on the other side. So I'm not sure it would be as consistent as just going through the long area of flow thread.
Yes. Also, hey, I'm pretty sure we're in like the end of the game because there's a lot of red, there's a lot of rust, the music's in a minor key. So yeah, this is pretty much the end game. We got one more map to go through. Okay, good. Larudo is minding his own business far away from me. I like that.
Lovely.
So Larudo is that bonus boss I mentioned that you can get a piece of hyper rust from. I don't want to deal with him. He's very he's scary. Yes, so we're going to do our best to avoid him. There is a chance he will be over on this islet here. This is actually, I feel this is actually a really interesting islet because it's this whole sort of like labyrinth, which we avoid because we just go the dangerous route, which is up here. Okay, good. Larudo's going in the other direction, so we're safe.
Lovely.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah, because if by like no chance Larudo is following you, you will have to use a full flow burst to make sure they just stop following you, and then you will be moving much slower because you can't glide so nicely and stuff. So that's definitely something we want to avoid.
All right, we have done it. We've gathered all the pieces that we need to fix the nest.
Just need to get to work.
So we're going to go through this very, very, very quickly. These are actually some of the most wonderful cutscenes in the game. Some of them are really sweet. Some of them are really poignant. Some of them are really funny. And again, just go play Haven. Because trust me, there's so much good content here. I love the fact that for a lot of like going around and finding different things, your reward is simply just more of KNU being cute. Like your reward is more cuteness.
And to be fairly honest, it does make sense because, like, as we said earlier in the run, we will not be leveling up at all during this run. But the whole leveling up system does not rely mainly on fights, but on interacting with each other.
Yes.
The more interactions you have between you and Kay, and the more you will level up.
Yes.
So it just makes sense, and it's really cute and awesome. I just love that so much.
Well, I think it's because unlike a lot of other leveling systems, the level up system is like a representation of the strength of KNU's relationship.
Exactly.
It is always going to be a good relationship, you know, even with the ups and downs of it. But like if you get like them to max, you know, to max level, you know, it changes a whole lot of like the vibes of the game. Like something that we don't see at all is like there's like a lot of extra like dialogue when you're out exploring that we miss entirely in the speedrun. All right, let me. I know we're in this really big volcano, and it looks like we won't be able to go down there. That's okay. We're fine.
We can do that.
Yeah, we're fine. We can go down that way.
We just saved a whole minute and a half just doing this little clip.
Yep. So yeah, it's an invisible wall there, and there's a couple of spaces that you can just cut through it. So there's like 2 of them that tend to work fairly reliably. Anyway, the confidence system did kick in. You was our confident character for this run, which she normally is in my runs. So right now we just got to do the last thing. So what we're doing is, you know how we have like the flow bridges that connect the islets? This is the big flow bridge of Source that connects it to the apiary, and we're going to cut it. We're just going to cut ourselves off from everything else to make sure that we're safe and that Ozius can't come here. But to do that, we had to do this whole big sequence where we have to go through and cut the thread. Now, the thing is that you can fall off any of these islets. We have a number we have to go through. And this has locked us in, by the way, to the good ending. So we had to go through this sequence, which is a little nerve-wracking. It's like, the thing is that I sort of joke that being a Haven runner means that you will fall. You will fall off everything at one point or another. And I've absolutely fallen off these rocks.
Yeah, that's really tricky. And obviously, if you happen to fall, you will be going down and you have to do the whole thing all over again.
Yep.
Like you don't have to recut the different parts of the big flow bridge, but you still have to go through all the flow threads, the area of flow threads, and from little islets to little islets, and that's definitely something we want to avoid.
Yes.
So better be careful.
Yeah, this is the one that's the trickiest, but I've kind of gotten good at it. There we go. That little hop is kind of how I get. Okay, Belle. I saw it, like, she fell and she came, like, the game, like, pulled her back up. So that shows you just how,
that
like...
happens.
Yeah, that happens, like, fairly often. For tech, time will be when I cut the last thread, and I will be sure to call that out for you, but we're getting up to it really soon. You always have the ending, though it's good, it's always bittersweet because someone will always get hurt. Whoever is the non-confident character always gets hurt protecting the confident one. And if you happen to have a game where Kay and you are equally confident, the game will randomly choose who gets hurt. So it's something where you can't get your good ending without some kind of sacrifice. But we're here, we're at the very end. Let's do our cool girl walk to end it. And time. GG. Thank you all for the count over there. Y'all are fantastic.
Yay! That was such a great run.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. You should.
I know we have some time, so I'll let the ending play out.
Whee!
I love the ending.
The ending is amazing.
The ending is so good.
It's really cute.
And we get to see that Source is indeed, like, being severed from everything else. We see kind of like that's sort of reflected all across. We see all the technology go dark and everything. It's a really interesting, like, way to show it. Also, thank you, chat. Chat, in addition to our spicy, which I think, did we only have that happen once? Were all of us?
We had it only once.
Wow.
We're all wrong.
We were all wrong. So during setup, us and our wonderful host and the tech crew, we all took a vote as to how many times we would see the spicy tax. And it's only now. Here's the thing: we do have a chance for it to happen one more time. There is one more loading screen in the game.
True. True. And that happened. That happened in the past.
Yes, it was great.
Having it at the very end.
But I do love this whole sequence. This whole sequence is really great. But it also it makes you have to, like, sit with the weight of what you've done, which I appreciate. Also, you can see some of the other planets out there, and you can see Source all by itself now.
Really makes me feel like they plan to do something bigger initially.
They did, though. Oh, that's known.
Yeah.
Initially, this was going to be like, I think it was going to be like a 16 character cast originally.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember you sent me these informations. I forgot about it.
Yeah, originally Haven was going to be a much bigger game, but at the end, like, when they were kind of looking at it, they're like, okay, we can't make a game this big. So they're like, instead, let's flip this around. Let's make a very small, intimate game where you spend your time with just these two characters, getting to know them, and getting to love them, sort of in the same way that they love each other.
Yeah, very true. And you get really attached to the characters.
Oh, absolutely. And we've had this conversation about, like, are you the K or are you the you in your own relationship? I am absolutely the K.
I am absolutely the you.
So, but wait, we had to see, of course, we never do the gardening. There's gardening and the seed game in the casual playthrough that we don't get. But of course we have to see, there he is, the bestest boy in the universe.
Yay!
If only you knew how long I've been waiting for this.
But we have a very quick little epilogue to do. For sentimental reasons, Kay is always the one who gets the draw for me.
What now?
We get to draw.
Do you see what I'm seeing?
Also, hi, Helga friend! We love you, Helga.
Hello, Helga friend.
We love Helga friend. Even though their bonus fight is very annoying.
Oh, it's really, really hard one.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of boss fights that we don't do. We don't do, like, the frog boss. We don't do Helga friend. And we don't do Baru. But here's the thing that I have for all of you who came out today and spent time with us. I have a great big heart for you.
Whee!
because and thank you so much to the Haven community who came out, to everyone here at GDQ who gave me the chance to showcase this on Hotfix. You all are fantastic and wonderful and lovely, and it's just a joy to share this game. If you are at all interested in speedrunning this game, my guide is freely available on the SRC page for Haven. We have a Discord that you are welcome to join, and we would love to have you. And again, even if you don't plan to speedrun this game, just please play Haven. This game is absolutely worth your time and attention.
Yep.
But
Couldn't agree more.
there's one thing I always have to give folks at the end of a Haven run. The thing that I don't get to do during the run itself, which is we get to love on Oink.
Come, roll over. Shake. Sit? We'll never manage to teach him tricks.
That's because he's too clever. He knows very well he doesn't need to do anything to get some scratchings.
The one thing that I love that they take into account, no matter which version of the couple you play as. Oh!
Definitely.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a second one I could get! Whoops! Oh, well, you get an extra one.
What's happening? Why are you here?
I was just going to scratch him!
You missed us, didn't you?
This is supposed to be his introduction cutscene, but you know, since we didn't see
He
it.
felt lonely on his empty
Yeah.
island.
You do realize that we can't
Aw.
take you along on our journeys, don't you? That would be too exhausting for you.
But you can stay with us next to the nest if you want.
No funny business, though.
Kane, you telling Oink no funny business, though, is the most ironic thing in this entire game. I'm like,
Yes.
half the achievements in this game are just Kay and you find a fun place to make out.
Came to visit.
Also, I give a little flower to Daiko there. But let's go ahead, get this to the end.
Yep.
Right.
We get to have our fondue. We get to agree that we are now retired. It's all good. And now we get our last... Okay, do you think we're going to get it? Are we going to get one last spicy cutscene for the very last loading screen of the game? Is it going to be spicy, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
It happens once. I can definitely believe that.
All right, let's find out. No! We did not get
No!
an extra spicy. That's okay, though.
Damn.
Because you
It's
know
okay.
what? The girls are happy to provide. Hi, girls.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. But for me, the Haven run always has to end after the last conversation. And of course, the
You have no patience.
very last kiss in the game. Got to end on the smooch.
Oui, bravo les lesbiennes.
Yes. So we did it. Our girls got their good ending. They are safe and happy together, and that is the most important thing. I'm going to go ahead, take us back to the title screen. But thank you again, like I said, so much for having us on. It was an absolute joy. If you're looking to see more of me, I stream at twitch.tv/ScalaKitty. And I will hoping to maybe do some more Haven runs, hopefully. I would also like to get into maybe a few other things that I have some ideas for. And sometimes I would also like to do some more art streams. So it was this was a lot of fun. And of course, to my wonderful commentator, where can folks find you?
Oh, well, you will most likely find me on this website whose name has changed so many times in the last few weeks that I can't really mention its name anymore. But I'm there and I'm sharing stuff. I do have a Twitch channel, but I barely stream there. And yeah, if you liked what you saw, as we said multiple times, first, please play Heaven. And secondly, if you want to dig into the speedrun of this game, we do have a Discord. I'm there like most of the time.
We are there. Trust me, we're there.
We're all there.
And we'd love to have you. It's been great to see more players join this game and the community.
Exactly.
And it's been really, really fantastic. And just thank you all again so much for the chance to showcase this.
Yep.
you so much for showcasing the game, both of you. It was an awesome time. This game looks super fun.
This game is so much fun. Like I said, it's the casual experience and the speedrun experience are two very different things, but they are two wonderfully fun things. It's really fun to play casually, take it slow, and really explore the game and K&U's relationship. But it's also really fun to go fast and to cheese the bosses that gave you a hard time casually and just zoom around and sort of really master that wonderful gliding motion that Haven is known for.
Yep.
So, we are going to take a quick break, or a long. The schedule's a little weird right now. We might be back in a few minutes with another run, or we might be back in a little bit. We're gonna figure that out. See you soon, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is our Flame Fatale showcase. We are showcasing some runners and games that didn't make it into Flame Fatales. And we have Darkwing Duck now with some familiar faces. I will let them introduce themselves, though.
Bonjour. J'espère que ça va. Wait, wrong language. Hello. Wow, I'm such an actress. Well, hi. For those who were there before, my name is Blooper. I was commentating Scalagitty's run of Haven, which was fantastic. And I'm back for Darkwing Duck, which is a game that I absolutely adore. And I hope that you will like it as well. And yeah, on couch with me, who's there? Who could it be?
It could be Scala. I'm back. I'm mainly here I'm here just to chill and to support my wonderful friend who is doing this run for us. I know nothing about this run. I just know that I really loved Darkwing Duck growing up, so I'm just here for this.
Well, you'll see. It's a lovely game. It's unforgiving sometimes, but I don't know why, I just love it. It's so hard and I just love it still. Like, that used to be one of my favorite games when I was a kid. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. So, I need to go there. And I'm ready whenever you are.
Do you want me to count you in then?
Yes, please.
All right, so let's go then. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. So basically, the idea with Darkwing Duck is that, so this is a platformer on the NES. So one of the many platformers that we had, for which we had a collaboration in between Capcom and Disney. So we have the super famous DuckTales and Chip and Dale games, but we also have Darkwing Duck, which is lesser known, and for a good cause. This game is hard. So as you might see, basically this is a Mega Man-like, and this was actually done by part of the Mega Man teams on, I think, if someone has the information in chat and wants to correct me, please feel free. I think it was done on the, how do we say, the motor base. I just can't exactly remember the name. Hopefully it makes sense. But basically, it was done using the same technology as Mega Man 5. So yeah, we do a lot of things. So what can Darkwing do? Darkwing can attack. Darkwing can jump. Yeah, this is a platformer. Lovely. You might have seen me grabbing something which is called AG that you see on the top. The top left corner of the screen, and this means arrow gas. Basically, it's the secondary weapon that we're using, and I missed this jump, but this is fine. And these arrows will be extremely convenient because they deal a lot of damage. We can use them as platforms as well, and these enemies do not want to behave. And we have different drops, but I'm gonna talk about this later because this is boss time. This is Liquidator. Basically, the different boss, they will need 2 arrows and 1 standard bullet to get down. And that's it. The first boss is done. Whew. It's been a while since I talked so much.
It's definitely a game that has you talking.
Yeah, but the thing is, I actually am not so used to speaking and running at the same time, and especially not in English. So this is a struggle. Like, I kind of put my brain, like, how to say that? Like, I'm trying to think about what I'm doing, but not too much because else I can't speak and it makes no sense. But well, I'm doing my best.
You're doing a good job so far.
It's fine.
You are the queen of multitasking right now.
Oh, thank you.
Because I cannot imagine having to try and commentate anything in a language that's not my first language.
Well, it's actually okay. I mean, it's pretty much more of a matter of making sure what I say makes sense, which is much harder than it seems. Because second language... Okay, nice. Yeah, so stuff happened in the city. Because the city is dangerous and that was bad. Okay, I'm gonna take an intentional death just so I can be back full life because, oh shoot, we will need some HPs for damage boosting. Up. So this is a very annoying sound. I'm sorry. Up. Okay, so we're damage boosting just so it's a bit faster in here. And so for the next boss, this is the only boss for which we won't be using the arrow gas. Oh, nice. Okay. So here I'm damage boosting through this enemy because it's a picky one. Up. And so you see we have what is called HG. So that stands for heavy gas. And basically it's kind of a like bouncing ball of some sort. I don't really know how to explain, but you'll see it makes sense. So we try to stay in this very spot, which is basically safe from all the attacks. And boom, we just attack the boss like that in a very, very safe way. And this boss is done. I think it's Quackerjack.
Yeah.
If I remember well. Yeah. I missed a banana brain, I think. I mean, obviously the names were different in French, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
See, now we get bilingual lore.
How? I can't even remember how Quackerjack was called actually in French now that I think about it.
Oh.
Good lord.
I...
My window! No, I'm fine. That's definitely not what you... Come on! Darkwing, something, please. It's okay. I found my wheel. Now... No! Okay, it's alright. No. Okay, no, I wanted some health. Well, too bad. I'm so freaking stupid. I forgot there was one full bag of health in here. It's okay. I'm just panicking. All good. I'm all fine.
No. It is true. Panics in French.
Oh, yeah. No, because this game is hard. You see the art that is shown on the screen right now. That's all my health. And basically, so I have different lives, obviously, but I won't be getting more arts. So this game is really, really hard.
Okay, I did, by the way, I went to the Darkwing Duck Wiki and I looked it up. It is Pokernaze?
Ah, Pokernaze. Yeah.
Oh, Naz. See, the thing is that it's written Naze, and I have a okay-ish grasp of Japanese, so that's why I pronounced it the way I did.
Right. And seriously, I hate this game so much. I love this game. You should definitely play this game.
The duality of speedrunning.
Well, sometimes in life you do mistakes. You don't really know why you do stuff. No, okay, I'm safe. And then you realize that was a mistake, but it's too late. Me playing Darkwing Duck was one of them. Maybe.
I mean, there is truly no greater love-hate relationship than between a runner and their speed game.
Very, very true. Okay, I do like that. Little extra health. Okay, we should be good. I went the safe way. Okay, nice. So this is our boss. It's Wolf Duck, and I do have a lot of gas. Okay. 2, 3. Oh, okay,
I
that's sad.
remember the wolf duck guy.
It was made up for the game. That's the
Oh.
only boss that was made up for the game.
Okay, I thought it was this. Okay, I'm like, I thought I was missing some like deep. Like, is he? Did they at least put him into the comics?
Maybe. I think they did. Like, we actually never had the comics in France. As far as I know.
I'm
So-
surprised because aren't the like Disney comics like way more popular in Europe than they are in the US?
They're extremely popular, but Darkwing was not such a popular character in France, to be fairly honest. I mean, we had the cartoons what was like the equivalent of your Saturday morning stuff. That was our Sunday morning. So we used to have Darkwing together with DuckTales, Chip and Dale, Tailspin, and stuff.
Oh yeah. For now, at least for me, it was Disney Afternoon.
Yeah, it wasn't called that way for us, but yeah.
I'm probably dating myself. Also, while there are a lot of really good series, I actually had this conversation recently that I thought that one of the best one was actually the Aladdin animated series.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't you all not get that one?
I think we got it.
Wait, hold up. Sarge, you don't know about the Aladdin animated series?
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, we're not talking about the movies, right?
No, yes, the movies.
No, that was a cartoon.
Yeah, it was
okay.
legit good.
It was legit good.
I will like straight up like defend Aladdin the animated series.
I have never heard of this in my life.
Oh my god, it's actually like totally worth it. Like if nothing else, like they got like so many like good like VAs on it. It mainly came up because my family really likes Seinfeld, and we were talking about like other like sorts of roles, and I was just like, yeah, remember how Jason Alexander was in the Aladdin cartoon? And everyone was like, no, and I'm like, it's a real thing that happened. Yes. Oh, good. Everyone in chat, please tell me all of your favorite Disney and like cartoon series from the 90s. Please make me feel not so old.
Well, actually, mine was Darkwing Duck, my favorite one. But I tried to rewatch it like lately. Especially following the reboot of DuckTales, because if you haven't seen chat, the reboot of DuckTales is just fantastic, and you definitely need to watch it. And so I tried to watch it again, and that was painful. Okay,
really?
so I'm not gonna do that. I was about to say I'm gonna try a trick, which is like the hardest trick of the game. Well, I don't have enough lives now, so I'm not gonna do it. I failed miserably, but that happens. That's all right.
All right.
Sorry, what were we saying again?
We're talking about the different animated series that you were rewatching. Darkwing Duck.
Yeah, and now it's kind of the same as when I'm watching let's say the old DuckTales now. It's kind of sad. Because the DuckTales, the reboot, did such a great job. Now I'm just like, well, okay, it aged, if you see what I mean.
No, I get what you mean. It is the whole thing where, your nostalgia is going to color it a certain way in your memory.
Exactly.
It's, you know what, it's like this sort of conversation that I've had where people will be like, oh, well, like the retro, the throwback, radio stations are so good.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, yeah, that's because they only play the most memorable songs. They have this very particular way it colors your perception of that era. And the same thing is going to happen. Like, you're going to remember, like, from a kid, like, the stuff that you really, really liked, and your brain will kind of edit out a lot of the things that you're disappointed with. Also, I appreciate so many good people in chat giving me good people like throwing out stuff like gummy bears. Heck yeah.
What?
So
you didn't know about gummy bears?
Surprisingly, maybe? I know about gummy bears.
You don't know about here and there?
But maybe it's just because it doesn't have the same name in French.
It probably doesn't. Heroes that beyond compare. They are the gummy bears.
I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about.
There is a part of my brain that is dedicated completely to 90s cartoon songs. Also, to give a shout out to one that has not come up that continues to haunt me to this day. Shout outs to Pirates of Darkwater.
Les Gummies?
Oh, Les Gummies? Is that what
I
it's
have
called?
no idea what
Générique
this
Les
is.
Gummies? That appears to be... Yeah, it's just called Les Gummies, it looks like.
I have no idea. Like, I genuinely never heard about this before.
Now here's the thing though. Like is that like the like? Was it only in Canada, or was it like actually imported to Europe?
I have no idea.
Also, thank you, people out there, Chad, who also have a part of your brain dedicated to like old school cartoon theme songs.
Yep.
I appreciate all of you.
When I was a kid, like a much younger blooper, I remember that I was extremely committed to the Disney afternoon cartoons, but I used to love, like, the Animaniacs, the Tiny Toons as well.
Yes!
They were extremely good. Come on, please, thank you.
We definitely have seen some love for Animaniacs in chat. I liked Animaniacs' older, weirder cousin, Freakazoid.
Did you saw the Animaniacs reboot?
I have not actually seen the Animaniacs reboot. I've heard that folks like enjoyed it, but I have not actually gone.
It is good.
Oh, that's good.
It is good. At least I liked it.
There you go. Like the question between is it good and did I like it? Those could be two different answers.
I know, so that's why I rather mention I liked it.
Yes, I definitely run into this when people like ask me for like anime recommendations. I'm like, I can tell you the stuff I liked. Whether or not you're going to like it, I don't know. So I haven't really. To be fair, the last anime I watched was legitimately both something I liked and was good, which is Trigun Stampede.
Is Stampede the new one?
Okay, nice.
Yes, so Trigun Stampede is I think I could call it a reboot is probably like the best way to refer to it. It takes a lot more from the manga. So it's a good mix of like the original series and the manga and completely new stuff. So anyway,
I'm about to get burned alive for this, but I did not the original Trigun.
It's been so long that I can't give an objective like opinion about it. That's me being honest.
I was going to make a conscious effort to watch the reboot, and I watched the first episode, and then the second wasn't out, and then we're here now.
I liked it, but also influencing me is that my partner really liked it, and so yeah. And when there happens to be something where we both like equally like it, that's like something that I will be like, no, of course I like it because my partner. Not just because my partner likes it, but this time it was something that they picked out for me to enjoy.
I can definitely understand that.
I'll watch Trigun Stampede eventually. It's on the list with all of the other things that I claim I'm gonna watch eventually, and then never do.
I need to. I started watching like one of the earlier anime seasons this year. I started watching Buddy Daddies and High Card, but I never finished them. So I do actually want to go and finish those. There you go. Oh, also, chat is still going on. Yes, David the Gnome. Oh, and people are agreeing with me that Trigun Stampede is good. Excellent. Also, people saying that we should get a Darkwing Duck reboot.
We definitely should. We were supposed to have one. Like, they said that they would be doing one, and I think we didn't have any news about it for the past, 4 years or so. At this stage, I'm too afraid to ask,
Yeah, some things might have happened during that time.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No.
Non. Je sais pas.
I'm still over here trying to figure out if I watched the Ghostbusters cartoon or the real Ghostbusters cartoon, because they're different.
Oh gosh.
There are two versions of Ghostbusters?
There's Ghostbusters, the animated, which is an animated cartoon, and then there's the real Ghostbusters, which is also an animated cartoon. Yes.
Okay, this... Pardon my French, but this makes no sense and is completely stupid.
I mean, trust me, we can go way down this rabbit hole of things that you're like, why does this exist? I mean, you have to remember, there was a time when like the cheaply made animated series was truly the bread and butter.
True.
You know, where you had stuff like, I don't know, like Mr. T had one, the New Kids on the Block had one.
Oh, that's very true.
Yes, so...
Okay, so just so you know, this is the final boss. It's still big. Okay, it's all right. It's all right. I will be back full life and we'll make it work. Because this very jump is tricky and okay, we're good. Now we should be safe. So time will be at the last hit on Steel Beak. So there might be a bit of delay, but it's fine. 1, 2... No, 3, 4, 5. Time.
GG!
Oh, that wasn't so bad, actually.
You did great!
Thank you. Okay, you deserve what I think is the best ending cinematic of the NES.
Okay.
Ta-da! But you can speak, huh? You can speak.
I'm trying. The thing is, I'm trying to remember like all like the voices and everything. But I have some feedback I'd like to offer, which is this looked like really, really fun. However, it is only 4 out of 5 stars because there was no Negaduck.
I know, right?
Right? Where's Negaduck?
I know. This has been one of the major complaints about the game.
Okay, good.
But there's no Negaduck. And we pretty much assumed that there was a plan to make a second one at some point where Negaduck would be there. But that never happened. And I can't remember their name, but someone made a fan project that they... that they presented basically to Capcom and Disney, which was like a follow-up of this game. And the project is still around on the internet. It's free to test. It's absolutely amazing. But basically they said yes, but no. And I'm just so sad.
All right, Oh, go ahead. You finish.
Sorry?
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I'm done.
All right, I did have one more question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as we all know, Darkwing Duck, he is the terror that flaps in the night.
Yep.
He is also a whole bunch of other things. So what is your favorite secondary? Because they had like a ton of variations for his secondary one. I have pulled up a list of them.
I don't have the full list, and on top of that, I will be biased because I know them mostly in French.
That's okay, but still give us one, and I'll give one.
Let me think. What was there? Isn't there I am the cherry on top of the cake or something like that? That actually is genuinely the only one I can remember.
I also would be hard pressed, but I had to admit I really like this one. I think this one is a good one for right now. I am the terror that flaps in the night. I am the awkward goodbye that lasts for far too long. I am Darkwing Duck. So, but thank you all. Thank you all for having us back for even more fun times.
Yeah, I hope you liked it. Stuff happened, but we discussed cartoons, and basically that's the most important.
Yes. We talked about things that we love, and one of the things that we love is speedrunning, and so we thank you so much to everyone who had us on today. It was a fantastic time.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much for being on and showcasing your games. It was a great time.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
We are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with some Octopath Traveler 2. So we'll see you in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Flame Fatale showcase. We're showcasing some games and runners that weren't able to get into the marathon. Just a quick reminder before we get into the next run. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you like any of the content we put on any of our regular shows, these showcases like this, please do consider subscribing. It really does help us with the daily content. With that said, we have Octopath Traveler 2. I will hand it over to the runner. Let her introduce herself.
All right, hello everyone. I know it's been such a long time since you all saw me at FF. Not even, it's like 12, 13 hours if I can tell time right. I can't. Chat, sorry, but
12?
I'm going to quickly.
I think it's 12.
Yeah, let's just say 12. So I'm just gonna introduce myself. I'm Sanjan. I ran any percent like 12 hours ago, but I'm gonna show you another really cool category. You all might have seen like the ending part of this, but we're gonna go through the entire path to get to that really cool ending part. So just to say real quick, I am playing this on English. This is 120 FPS. And again, we start with Throne because all the runs love Throne so much, but I'm going to say this is a spoiler-free playthrough. The only chapter that we will do is Hikari 2, and I mean, there's not much to say about Hikari 2. That's just like your average chapter, so without further ado, time will start when I press yes to begin my adventurous Throne. So on 3, 2, 1, yeehaw!
Take what I want.
Yeehaw!
So immediately here, I pretty much have skipped set to the fastest here. I hate rats. I'm also going to go 2 times speed because we love 2 times speed.
Ready?
So you'll see that this game has like a lot of really cool quality of life. Battles go way faster than an Octopath one. It's okay, chat. We'll still get plenty of yeehaws, especially because I'm playing in English. But yeah, this is kind of like your standard, sort of standard-ish JRPG, turn-based JRPG. Excuse me, sorry. You have to excuse me if I say like something all over the place because I did just fly back. So this is a classic JRPG. There's a break and boost system that you'll see here. Basically, each enemy has a shield, and when you break them, they can't take actions for 2 turns, and they get dealt double damage. So this is pretty much just a kind of standard tutorial-ish fight that we have with these 3 characters. I did not mean to do that. Yeehaw. You'll have to excuse my phone. I will work this out. Don't worry, it's not a big deal if we don't get this. But chat, how are you today? How did you like FF?
And so it goes.
Apologies for my phone going off as well. But yeah, we are mandatory wise, we do have to do Thorny's first chapter. And it's generally pretty much a simple chapter that gets you introduced. We pretty much quickly get introduced into half actions here. We just saw earlier that Thorny ambushed someone. So pretty much there's also a night and day aspect to it. So ambush is her night path action. She basically, knocks someone out because she's the biggest girl boss of all time. And steal is pretty much like you steal stuff. It's based on your item level. Ambush is also based on your level as well. So we're just gonna go steal a couple things here for money for later, because after this chapter 1, we have an entirely open world to us, and that means we just get to pretty much explore around the world. The general aim of this category is because the super boss Scaldera is really strong. You know, he's back, and he's even more mad than he was in Octopath 1. So we pretty much need all the tools we can get, and surprisingly enough, we don't need to do hardly anyone's stories, as I said before. We just need to do Hikari too. So that means we get to do a lot of extra optional content that you normally would not see in, like, a speedrun that completes the story. So we're pretty much just, like, walking around here. I'm gonna ambush this poor gal because it's girl boss hours time. And so you might be wondering why I picked Throne as the first starter character. It's because, like, she has a very strong buff here called Blessing of Darkness, which buffs your attack, your physical attack, your magic attack, and your speed for 3 turns. And most often enough, that's enough for us to pretty much just, like, beat most of the things up in first try. So this is the first boss. You know, they make the bosses in Octopath big because they're trying to tell us a lot that, hey, this is a strong boss. You know, this is boss material. So we're pretty much just, like, easy. So one thing about the boost system is that the boost system allows you to do multiple hits and make your attacks more powerful. So each time you boost, it increases your damage by about 1.3 times. And yeah, I just got back from California. My area wasn't hit that bad so far. But for those of you who were or are in the path, please stay safe. Well, where I am, it's not that bad, but I think the worst of it is coming in like 3 or 4 hours.
What? I take what I want.
Yeah, she takes what she wants. So pretty much after this, the world is pretty much fully ours to explore. So the big first thing that we need to get in order of business is the ability to go explore. So we're gonna go fetch our friendly neighborhood scholar, Mr. Oswald, because as a scholar, you need to learn. You want to get evasive maneuvers because evasive maneuvers increases the amount of steps you can take before you can get an encounter. It's because this game is step based. So every time you walk, there's like a set amount that is from 500 to 1500, depending on when you first enter the area or like the amount of counters you had. And when it goes down to 0, that's when the cutscene triggers. So evasive maneuvers just basically makes that decrement much lower. Also, here's a cute Octopath. I don't have anything to kill it. You can't. It has a lot of evasion. Bye, cute Octopath. So those Octopuffs give you a lot of JP if you can kill it, but sometimes it do be that way. If you somehow got 4 hits and beat it up, you get lucky, but it's basically 99% of the time just faster to flee, unless you feel like trying your luck. But yeah, in order to unlock evasive maneuvers, we need to get a total of 130 JP, which is short for job points. So every time you defeat an encounter, etc., you get a set amount of job points. And then, but because like these lower level areas have a low danger level, they don't give that much JP. So we've got measures that we need to take in order to get the amount of JP we need in. First things off, we're gonna mug this guy because that is Mr. Oswald's path action. You know, he's just gonna slide on by and just beat someone up for their items, you know. The funniest thing is that night path actions don't lower your reputation if you fail, so it's like people at night, it's like the guards at night just don't care, you know, like, I feel it. You know, sometimes you just do be that way. But anyhow, we got some money, and now we got to get our first little gotcha mode. Number 1 of you enjoy that. So I am basically setting this place a day and night because this is the black market, and I need to roll a 15% chance to get clerics. So that's a really nice Nice surprise. So, these clerics sell soul stones, and these soul stones will pretty much help us explore the area. All according to plan. We're gonna sell all these items here. We're gonna buy a bunch of soul stones. 2 of these, 2 of these, and then the rest of these. And then now, after we got our soul stones, because these... So, what soul stones are, I forgot to mention, is that these are items that deal a fixed amount of damage. Because we're really low level, like, we don't get to do a lot of damage. So, 400 damage with the small soul stones, even, like, as you saw in Thorny's fight. Kitty! Hi, Kitty! So that's a really cute kitty. I'm sorry to animal lovers. I threw a soul stone at it and it fell over. But, so these little cute little kitties allow us to pretty much instantly unlock, gives us a decent amount of JP and money, and lets us unlock evasive maneuvers pretty much immediately. So, get this real quick. So, you don't need a Kate to really, in this game in general. You mainly just need it for, it's just a convenience thing. Because in reality, this only saves like 1 encounter, which is going through this area. We still gotta kill the same things.
What to do? Ready?
But yeah, the Kate also gives us 150 JP so we can unlock evasive maneuvers. Now we are pretty much moving a little earlier than intended. Sorry, kitty lovers. Sometimes they're here to take one for the team. But at least the music there is great, because you get special music when you encounter a kitty or a... Kitty number 2! It appears the kitties are coming out in force. So this is a cultured Kate. It's a very dapper little kitty. It gives us a decent amount of money and more JP, as you might have guessed. So, we don't need any more kitties, but if they want to give us more free money, I'm not saying no. So now we're heading up to this cave here, which is much higher level. There's an item in there that we want to get called the JP Augmenter. So what the JP Augmenter does is that it gives us 1 point. So it multiplies the amount of it doubles the amount of JP we get from a battle. So it's extremely useful because, as I said, we're not going to be doing any stories. We're pretty much going to be doing a lot of grinding, and we actually need decent levels. We end the game at level 48. Or we're level 40 by the time, hello, please. By the time we face our friendly neighborhood, Galdi Waldi. So we pretty much need all the boosting items that we need, because we basically have to grind a lot in a very short time span. So one unique thing is that with evasive maneuvers is that I am walking. In Octopath 1, walking and... Wow, that's really unlucky.
No. Where did I go?
Where did we go wrong, Mr. Oswald? This is a 5% chance encounter, so that's really unlucky.
Yep.
So we're just gonna walk on here, hopefully you don't get another encounter. I mean, if you get another encounter, it is what it is. Nice. So I'm just gonna equip it onto Throne. And then we're gonna make our way through, and we're just gonna basically be tagging a bunch of areas here. So, chat asked if the game is good. I think it's a huge, massive improvement over Octopath 1. Octopath 1 had some really glaring weaknesses. The system was fun, but story-wise, it was very much lacking because the characters just don't really interact with each other. So, Octopath 2 pretty much massively improves on that. So, we won't be getting into the story because this does not do any stories aside from Hikari 2, but there is a concept of joint stories where we have two travelers that basically, they interact with each other. And yeah, Octopath 2 just has a million quality of life things that just makes life easier for casual players. But yeah, we're just basically tagging a bunch of towns here because we want to go grab a few characters. Pretty much the first order of business after evasive maneuvers exploration is being able to... Hello, Meep. being able to get this secret class called an Inventor. So Inventor is a really, really overpowered class where they have incredibly good items. I don't know what. So I will say, although Octopath 2 has great quality of life, I wonder where their mind went in the balancing department. Like, I think they were drinking, pretty much. You know, like they made You're gonna see, like, if you thought Hired Help Pay to Win was overpowered in Octopath 1, I've got news for you. It's even more overpowered in Octopath 2. But yeah, as we said, we're not doing story. Please. We're gonna recruit our friendly neighborhood merchant here, Particio. Also, yeehaw! Can we get some yeehaws in chat? So Octopath games I see tend to have a gimmick. This gimmick is that Particio's a merchant and he's like a cowboy type of homie. And I won't get into it because story-wise, but send your best cowboy emotes in chat and yeehaws. He's generally like a really good character. Merchants are just great in general because of hired help, as well as the purchase ability. There's also, like, you can get like really overpowered items, like just with the power of money. And so aside from that, we're just going to recruit our next character here, Hikari. He's our friendly neighborhood warrior. There's not much else to say about him. He is useful for his chapter 2 though. Hey, a customer. We're just gonna chuck a stone here. Ow.
Time to divvy up the earnings.
He's divvying up the earnings. We're gonna bring him along, because we actually do need to bring him along for a bit. And we're actually gonna go all the way across the river here because we need to go buy this the boy and then scrutinize this boy because I got these. So these are nuts. They basically raise or level up your base stats. Because we are doing a Galdi Waldi at such a low level, we basically need all the help we can get. And pretty much one thing that's really cool about this route is that everything is incredibly precise. So we're pretty much we're grabbing Cassie here. Don't worry, we're not getting her. She gets to stay in the party for a really long time. So I just want to do that detour there because we don't want to walk up. We don't want to walk all over the place. And we're pretty much just gonna make our way to Conning Creek because there's an item for the Inventor class that we need. So again, about Inventor, we want to unlock this support skill called a Step Ahead as soon as we can because a Step Ahead basically gives us a free turn before the enemy does, and it's as overpowered as it sounds.
Stand aside or fight.
Say hi to the fishies. Unfortunate. So interaction-wise, like, there's a lot of cool little things that they added. So, like, generally, if you break an enemy, the next character will say something. So, like, unfortunately, like, we don't get to see it here, but my favorite one is between Particio and Cassie, and then, like, when Cassie breaks someone, Particio's like, working hard as always, Cassie.
Let's play.
I need to take this.
So also a nice thing about these areas, especially at lower levels when we haven't completed any stories, is that the first encounter at night or day, depending on the area, is always very static. So I always know it's these scorpions, and we actually specifically want to farm these scorpions and not the other encounter in the daytime because these scorpions give more JP. You'll see that all the routing is like extremely precise for both EXP and JP.
I've gained valuable insight.
He's gained valuable insight. So we pretty much just going to grab these items along here on the way. So we're not going to be starting Mr. Oswald's Chapter 3. So pretty much basically after Inventor, we pretty much just need to rush Hikari's story and then basically get all the items that we need. And yeah, since Darnade's higher level, these steal percent chances are much nicer. Okay, we've got the rainbow glass bottle there. You also notice I went to like buy earrings. Those are just part of the items that we need. Anyhow, also one thing about evasive maneuvers that I forgot to mention. The day and night cycle also affects the step counter decrement. So at night, you tend to get tougher encounters and the step counter decrements like even faster. But there's like a couple of optional quests that we have to do here that's mandatory. Gotta beat up the thief here. Because we want to complete a quest. There's 3 required quests that we have to do in order to unlock Galdera. And so we will be doing that kind of on the way. Thankfully, they're also close to some really powerful items. And yeah, as I said before, we will not be doing we will not be finishing any full chapter story, any character's full story. So generally, like, you get powerful items like the battle tested axe, etc. We don't need any of that. We make do, essentially. But yeah, here we unlock a step ahead, as well as a critical scope and elemental bottle bomb. Critical scope lets you automatically crit. It's about as overpowered as it sounds. Put this on a step ahead. And elemental bottle bomb, while it's not as useful, it does have some very niche uses, especially in that basically it'll deal basically a multiplier of the amount of elemental weaknesses shown versus times the amount of times you boost it. So if it shows 2 elemental weakness and you did a full boost, it'll hit 8 times. So niche use, but extremely overpowered in the right situations. So this is probably the most dangerous area that we'll encounter yet. These friendly neighborhood jailbirds and armadillos can ambush us, and we need to break the armadillo to be able to kill it with a soul stone. And if they ambush us, it's likely somebody will die. But yeah. Also, I should say this game has incredibly good soundtrack. So there you go, caught by surprise. Alright, who's about to take the L today? That's very unfortunate.
Hang in there.
I appreciate it, Throne.
Hopefully they just...
Time to play.
I'm actually just gonna die here, it's easier.
Not bad.
I don't have any more, I don't have any more olives. They don't give you many olives, so... I would probably just rather take the make sure my teammates survive. Just because it's safer. Because I do have strict JP requirements, especially for Particio. Not as much for Hikari, but especially for Particio that I have to uphold.
Let's play.
Alright, that's a little better. But yeah, basically after this, the route is pretty much entirely safe.
Done, Throne. You're open. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
So we have to go up here because we want to grab the hunter class, or not hunter, sorry. The merchant class as soon as possible. We'll be needing it when we do Hikari's chapter 2.
On your guard.
And it's because Throne will be needed for a side quest and she must be merchant. So you'll see here that I challenged this random merchant and escaped because I can. So what that does is that resets your step counter. So there's a couple ways to reset your step counter. You can save and reload. You can do a challenge like what I just did. Or you can, like, say no to like an optional enemy prompt, or you can do a travel banter and that also resets it. So I'm hiring this guy because he gives bonuses when we sell items. When we sell items, we basically get a 25% boost. And then now we're just pretty much going to be on our way to Hikari's chapter 2. I'm going to complete this quest on the way. And I'm also going to do this menu here, so that then it becomes merchant. This. Ahead. And then now we're pretty much just making our way over to to start to rush Hikari's Chapter 2. So the reason why we want to rush Hikari's Chapter 2 is that after his quest, after his story, we can do a little mini quest, or we get a really nice item called the Champion Belt. I should note that the fastest routes do not use a Champion Belt, but it just means that because we go through so many high-level areas, you're basically at the mercy of not having a Champion's Belt. So what the Champion's Belt does is that it gives you a really nice boost, a plus 100 boost to physical attack as well as critical, but most importantly, it also makes it so that you cannot get ambushed. So because we're entering a lot of high-level areas, the chances of us getting ambushed is pretty high. Oh, that's unlucky. And when we get ambushed, bad stuff happens, as you see, because we're really low level. So basically, like, I should note I am doing the 100% consistent route. So what the 100% consistent route is that Galdera is, of course, 100% consistent, but we will be training up a second cleric. Because the standard routes, yeehaw! The standard routes do not train a second cleric, so but not having the effects of not having a second cleric means that we are pretty much at the mercy of the second phase of Galdera's, and it's a 66% chance to be able to get a workable turn order. And because not getting that turn order loses us like 3 minutes, I have opted to do the more consistent route because it's fun, and I think if anyone wants to come back and follow this route, like, it's extremely followable. I know that's not a word, but bear with me, chat. But yeah, the more optimal route will skip Champion's Belt, so you're at the mercy of ambushes. Just don't get ambushed, just get lucky. Chatters, you know the drill. But I like to present something that's pretty much easier for someone who wants to try out this game to see.
No, take this. You're finished. I've gained valuable insight.
And so we're just gonna randomly mug this guy. A, because I can, but also B, because he has some items of nice value. And then we're pretty much just gonna go through Hikari's Chapter 2. So there's not much to say about it plot-wise, you know. The only thing you need to know that he's fighting for his kingdom back, and he's gotta be a good old gladiator. And you know how we become honorable in these parts?
Prepare yourself
We throw stones. Very honorable.
for the pride of Ku.
You can see he's level 11 and we don't have anything equipped on him, so he's not going to be doing anything. So the fastest way is of course be totally honorable and throw stones, because throwing stones at your enemy in this game solves one problem. But there's going to be also a second problem that we can solve with the power of pay to win. And I'm sure, chat, if you've seen the run earlier that I done much earlier in the morning, we love our pay to win.
I still have much to learn.
So hired help is a merchant ability where you can hire something for money, and they basically deal damage, and the boost amount corresponds to how many of them get summoned. And of course, because why not, it gets a buff in Octopath 2. So basically, you used to have to spend 30k to deal like 7k damage.
Here I
I've kind of messed this up. That's not a big deal. Ow.
my turn. You're open.
And because you don't...
For the
I lost my train of thought, but in this game you just have to pay only 7,000 leaves. Why? I don't know. Why did they buff it? I mean, I guess. You know, that's my only answer that I can give you. The I guess answer. Just gonna heal Hikari real quick. So there's guards which actually deal a decent amount of damage. And there's beastlings which deal an even better amount of damage, cap damage on some enemies. And they pretty much always take off shields no matter what type, so. And there's also veterans which cost 30k, but it's definitely not used as much because it's expensive and we have just better means.
I still have much to learn.
So my answer to why, yes.
Friends await.
But yeah, you get to see the first usage of pay to win here.
No, not this time.
You're open.
So we're just gonna use armor corrosive here. So buffs are generally like OP in this game
Oh, now go.
because they debuff your enemy. They basically multiply the damage by 1.5. So a good rule of thumb: if you want to do a lot of damage, you want the enemy to be broken. You want max boost on like an ability or something like that, and you basically want debuffs on them. So generally, physical debuffs are much easier to access than magic debuffs. So this is why I kind of needed Throne here. I also needed her to have full latent power
Allow me to lighten your load.
because this enemy's really tough and we actually need vets to kill.
Open. But I won't hold back.
I forgot to sell something. That's fine. I was supposed to sell there before I completed my quest, so I'm just gonna reload my save real quick. Okay, that's awesome. Doesn't lose you. Not much of a time loss. It's okay. Yeah, so I needed 30,000 leaves there. I'm a very smart person. I will sell this time. I need to sell one more thing. There you go. I mean, technically, I didn't need to sell the simulating bracelet, but I'm used to selling it, so might as well. Alright, round 2.
You're open.
So ideally, I want to keep my latent power, but it's not a big deal. I don't.
Now go.
There's your big pay to win. You can also still lose this fight if you get no crits and you only get hit for 6k damage, but we got lucky. And yeah, there's just plenty more overpowered options in this game. Just gonna put Inventor on her. Take out the step ahead, and then now we're gonna recruit our next character here, Temenos. Temenos is another really good character. Technically, we don't really need him now. But we bring him because he's a cleric, which has very useful. He's a cleric, which means he has Evil Ward, which will help us travel around the world. But he also has a really overpowered Knight debuff that debuffs the enemy's physical and special by physical and magic attack by 1.5 times. So generally, Throne and Temenos are just like the grade A combination of people that you want. And so now kind of the next step is we kind of want to buy a boat as soon as possible. So chat, because the boat's going to be like in 2-3 minutes, tell me which color you like. You have 3 choices: black, blue, or red. But yeah, here we're just going to be on the way. We can pretty much
Let's play.
just kill enemies on the way because so we equip the champion's belt, which deals a decent amount of damage, and which gives Throne a lot of damage, but it's also enough for us to be able to kill these monsters late at night. And so we're pretty much just cruising along here. There's enemies that we will beat up on the way. Go away!
Cleaning time. Yeah. And so it goes.
I guess, you know, these octopus just love me today. I mean, I'm not judging them, but, you know, I'm also not overlooking a gift horse, I guess. Or a gift Kate in the land of Ostera, I guess. But anyways, we got a lot of JP, so I actually have to keep that in mind. Because that means I just have to do less grinding, but other characters have to do more grinding.
Well, well.
But yeah, we're using catapult here for grinding because catapult deals a lot of damage to enemies. The damage wise, the scaling on it is actually really good. I will just need to talk to her to complete a quest here. And so this gives us a rusty sword, which will unlock us a really good item to sell once we make it to grapple. So we just need to kill a mob here.
Let's play.
And then now we can kill our friendly neighborhood armadillos here who beat me up earlier with the good old catapult.
I take what I want.
After this, I'm just gonna change her to merchant and into inventor. Actually, I can learn evil ward. Wonderful. I will learn extra experience because I can. So generally, you generally just have to work with menus, especially if they're weird and you get Kates, because this will enable you to learn abilities much earlier. So because I got a ton of Kates and Octopuffs, I'm pretty much free to learn abilities that I should not have learned earlier, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, we're also, because these encounters are static, we also know what we need to beat them up. And goodbye, burbs. And yeah, I literally just only spent 7,000 leaves to kill an encounter in Chapter 4, or in the very high level encounter, so that's just how it is sometimes. But yeah, I need to remind myself to put a step ahead on Cassie because I'm going to swap some people out. And then, can I get the results of that poll?
Crap. They were just on my screen. I think it was blue at 13.
Blue?
I believe that's what won. I just saw it, but I didn't see the final results.
Okay. You know what? Blue is the objectively correct color. And also, Church, I have a question for you.
Alright.
Would you like the trident, the sun, or an octopus?
Okay. Because they just found a Cthulhu-like thing in the Arctic, I'm gonna go octopus.
Alright. That is my favorite choice. Congratulations. Cool people choose the blue octopus. Losers choose a red octopus. Weird people choose whatever they want. As we say. Do this. So we gotta go by the boat here. We gotta do some resting here. We need a Cassie in our party because she specifically needs latent power, and because spoiler, she's gonna be level 1. I know it's not spoilers if you watched my run like the other day, but shh. Close enough. So Cassie's not gonna see the light of day until the final boss, but that's okay. She's gonna do a lot of work at level 1. But yeah, I went and grabbed this merchant here, the blue merchant here, because purchases get discount by 20%, which is actually really nice because we're gonna be buying a whole lot of expensive items. So blue octopus, thank you gamers for your votes. The blue octopus. And so with buying this boat, we have access to some really useful areas. We actually also need the boat to be able to get to the area where the friendly neighborhood Galdi-Waldi is. So I'm walking here to grab a couple items, and also in this area is the EXP Augmenter, which, just like the JP Augmenter, multiplies EXP gained by 1.5 times, so it's incredibly useful. Because we need to grind a lot in such a short amount of time. Do this, Thurlnay. Then I need to give the champ belt to Padmanos. And then partition to learn hired help. And as I mentioned before, like, this is honestly a good beginner route to get into because it teaches you how to do, like, complex menus. But it also just doesn't give you a lot of pressure because, like, with the champion spell, you're pretty much just free to roam around and beat up whatever you please. And you don't have to deal with ambushes or anything like that. Howdy there, friends. And because I have a lot of money, I'll just chuck these things at it.
All tidied up.
So I do acknowledge, so because I do have to train up like a 5th character, like my routing will be a little weird, but we'll deal with it. We'll make do. So right there I grabbed the rusty dagger. You also notice that the Conqueror sword that I got from the Arms Master, which I just unlocked, also sold it for 100k, so we like to make a lot of money. I'm just again gonna beat up this encounter.
I take what I want.
So, and then because there's gonna be some tough encounters in here, I need to give Temenos and Partitio a step ahead. And then we're going down all the way down here and kill the encounter because we need to grab an item called the Giant's Club. So, what the Giant's Club does is that it's a good physical attack club, but most importantly, it boosts your physical attack damage by 1.5 times 1.3 times, sorry. 1.3 times multiplier.
What?
And so it's extremely important for us to be able to deal that damage because, as I mentioned, we are basically going to be dealing minimal damage to everything. So every little speck of damage we can get, especially because we don't have access to completing people's characters' entire stories because that's really slow. Every single bit of damage we can get is crucial. So we're basically exhausting our general supplies here of stuff that we can do that doesn't require like a story. And so I will go to Montwise here. And we are heading to defeat these enemies called the Assassins because these Assassins give us a lot of EXP and JP. And we need a lot of levels in this place, and because we have all the EXP boosting items we need, it's just a really nice boost.
Fighting is not what I do.
Fighting is not what I do. And so while we're just making our merry way across, yeah, there's plenty of pay-to-win stuff, but one thing to note, you'll also just notice me taking encounters at night strategically, because I just need to generally know where my encounters are.
Now go.
I just generally need to know where my encounters are. So, like, just taking advantage of this, just taking, like, switch to night just before an encounter just generally means that I can make the most of all the step counter things that I have to deal with. So speaking of step counter, when you first enter the area, the step counter size is basically a number is half, so it's only between 500 and 1000. So what that essentially means is that the first encounter that you get will always be much earlier than usual. And so this is kind of like an indirect nerf. Second, I gotta switch to Sterone. And then donate BP to Partitio. So this generally basically means that we're guaranteed to at least take one encounter before we get through areas.
And so it goes.
And it's just something that we just have to work around. Also, because I got a lot of kitties and octopus I beat up, I'm able to learn stuff just much earlier, so I will actually be taking advantage of that. And as you saw, their assassins gave us a whole bunch of money. Learned a couple skills here. Oh, sorry, I just need a second here. Early merchant. Cleric, class 4 skills. It's been a while since I've done this many, so I apologize for being slow. That's
I mean, RPG menus are really complex, so it happens.
Yeah, I basically transitioned from any percent to super boss, so me generally, like, the menus are way different, and, like, I just need, like, sometimes I just need a moment to get myself adjusted. But as an RPG speedrunner, I also do have notes up, so I make sure I just don't do anything silly. But yeah, because, like, my party members are basically over-leveled, I would normally take encounters, but here, like, I'm just not going to take encounters.
Where was I?
Because we just don't need it. Also, I forgot to give him a mentor. Very nice of me. Doesn't really matter, but yeah, normally I would learn this much later, but because I got very lucky, I'm learning this, like, literally right now. But it's not really going to be much use to us. It's just more of a convenience factor. But yeah, the next order of business is we want to get peak performance. Because pretty much for this section, you want to get a bunch of items for Oswald. And generally, like, you would think of Arms Master Oswald with ice weapons, but we actually only really need 2 fire weapons. Especially because Throne A needs the Arms Master for the extra damage. Since, as I said, like, we're pretty much, like, starved for damage in speedrun in general. So we're pretty much just gonna run around and fetching a bunch of Mr. Oswald's weapon. But yeah, as I said, normally you would take these encounters, but we will not be taking any of these encounters because I am well above my threshold, and just taking these encounters when I don't need them, it's a waste of time because the, like, advanced runners will basically kind of, like, try to optimize their pathing based on, like, if they get extras, which we would consider extras, those little cute little kitties and octopi. I basically just want to spend my time, like, grinding only, like, the good encounters. So that's why I make the conscious choice to skip them. So we are going to make our way to beat up this optional boss called Lord of the Sands. I mean, there's nothing more to say about it. It's got 40k HP. We pay to win. You all know the drill. But the most important thing that it guards, there's a faster way in Timber Rain, but Lord of the Sands is actually faster just because we need to grab another fire damage boosting item in the cave. So earlier there I grabbed a fire starter, which gives us a 1.5 times, or not 1.5 times, 1.3 times multiplier to fire damage. And you can stack multiple weapons pretty much.
Oh dear.
Which makes it, which does not stack multiplicatively, it stacks additively, so we have, like, a total of, like, 1.6k extra damage. Also, you will notice I take encounters at night because I want to take advantage of Throne A and Temenos' debuffs because they basically buff us up as well as debuff the enemies. So, like, as I said before, they're an incredibly powerful combination. So we're gonna go grab here to grab the Scorch Spear. And then, coincidentally, getting the Rusty Axe is also makes it our 3rd item here, which we want to head to Gravel here. I need to see a couple items here. Yeah, because I'm so high level, nice fail. So, getting these 3 weapons means we A, make a lot of money, B, we can unlock this ability called Peak Performance, which is an incredibly good ability where damage gets multiplied by 1.5 times if you are at full HP, so don't need any. We're gonna sell these weapons immediately because we don't need them. And we're just gonna grab the reinforcing gem from Lady. Alright, Church, I have another question for you.
Okay.
Owl or fox?
I feel like production will not ever forgive me if I pick owl, so I have to pick fox.
You know, I would agree with that. That is actually an extremely true statement. I will pick the fox Because production
Wait.
said so.
I'm so confused. Production is saying owl.
I'm confused too.
I'm so confused.
Me too. And check if I grab that.
Alright.
Alright, okay, we'll pick the owl. You know, chat has spoken. I'm sorry. What's wrong with Akala? I thought Akala was cool too. If you pick Mahina, it's just easier on me menu wise. By the way, there's no real difference. I gotta do this big menu here. Refill Chet's LP. And then, so we have this section here where we pretty much just have to get Ochet a total of 630 JP because that's all she needs to be useful. Okay, when you, I'll show chat real quick, but yeah, the boat, when you ride on a boat, like, Mahina has her own spot. I'll show it here real quick. Because, you know, I'm sure chat demands it. Look at that. Look at Mahina on a boat. That's so cute.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, we have this next section here where we gotta make our way to Timberrain to buy magic items for Mr. Oswald.
Take this.
Well, we also have to level Ochet here, so it's a good little segue into grabbing Ochet because when we go through this area, Ochet will basically have around 700 JP, which is like just at the threshold. Is Akala a jackal? Okay. Yeah, that's true because the spoilers. I almost said the spoilery things, so I will not be saying it, but yeah, you're correct that Akala is a jackal. It doesn't matter which pet you choose for Ochet, at least in the context of the speedrun. In the single story speedruns, you pick Akala because physical attacks are much better, and for some reason, poor Mahina takes the L. So none of the Octopath Traveler characters show up in here because this takes place on a different continent called Celestia. If you played the gacha game, Champions of the Continent, there is a crossover, but that's Champions of the Continent, so. Yeah, unfortunately I can't climb any ladders, like, that's easily accessible, so. Sorry, but at least you get to see Mahina on a boat.
How it's done. May the sacred flame guide you.
So chat, you'll just have to forgive me on that part. Yeah, Octopath 1 takes place in Ostera. Octopath 2 takes place in Celestia. Yeah, here we actually take the encounter at night because we actually want to kill this encounter. Our friendly neighborhood trees.
Take this. Goodness, what a tantrum that was.
And then after this, we're just buying a bunch of items. Why is Galdi Wally still alive? Plot armor? I mean, they kind of just threw Galdi in. You know, it's just like the no plot needed super boss, I guess. Sometimes it just be that way, you know. I'll just say plot armor. That's like the simplest solutions to every single like weird plot things. Which there are a couple weird plot things in this game. It's not as bad though, but plot armor. Well, we'll just go with that. So I'm buying a bunch of magic items here because Mr. Oswald's gonna be our damage dealer basically for this next part. Poor Temmie is fired from his job. Thank you kindly. Our poor Temmie will be fired from his main job as DPS. Crack Ridge. Feel this. You want to scrutinize this guy because he has a fortitude nut, which boosts his base physical attack. And yeah, the music in this game is amazing. Like, if you thought 1 was amazing, like, a 2, like, they just went to the next level. Like, I almost feel like I would have even higher standards for Octopath 3 when it comes out. I feel bad. But I'm confident they'll deliver. If there was an Octopath 3, I'm confident they would deliver on that. This. And then, this. Yeah, all my menuing is like in a weird spot, so that's just how it is sometimes. Normally you kill this encounter, but I'm just gonna skip it because we don't need it.
Very well.
Is that Octopath 1? I think the Octopath 1 class, secret class, is called Starseer. Unfortunately, they kind of took the Conjurer class, which is another sort of secret class, and then they nerfed it onto the ground. Very unfortunate. Very sad. Yeah, Starseer Primrose is like really nice. But you also notice that I shift around a step ahead because if we don't need the characters, like, just having them take extra turns is slower. So. But also, I should mention we are gonna go buy a bunch of stuff here. We are making our way to Stormhill because that's where one of the optional dungeons that we need to go is at. And because there's gonna be a couple useful items. I'm actually gonna choose to kill these encounters. You're finished. You're gonna have to get used to Mr. Oswald screaming, "Study harder." Or he's gained valuable knowledge. And then also reduce them to ashes. But you get that counterbalance with hearing a loud yeehaw!
The experiment begin. Fire. How weak. Study harder.
That's right, study harder. Gonna grab this. And because like this is kind of like a free quest you can do and it gives us a useful item for grinding, we just make some money off of her. And then we specifically want to buy 2 unerring bracelets here because they'll be useful for later. And now we're gonna recruit finally our last traveler here, Agnia. Gonna be swapping a couple people here. And we want to grab Agnia just mainly because in order to unlock the extra dungeon, we need pretty much almost a full team of followers. So you might have thought that you needed 8 or 4 people with 4 followers, but it's actually 7 because it counts for like if you're locked which by the way, the first person you select is always locked in the party. It'll account for like you selecting like not a traveler that English that has followers, so you just need 7. And then now here we're just going to die here because it's a convenient tavern point. We're gonna say goodbye to Articio here for a while. And say hi to Hikari and grab a couple items here too. Grab this lychee. Warrior lights it, and now we're gonna go complete our second quest. No, because the Inferno Castle is based on like the amount of followers, total like followers you have, etc. So I had 7. Also say hi to our favorite monster, the salamander.
Fire. Finished. I've gained valuable insights.
We just need to yeet 2 of these encounters. So I will start killing encounters now because I also need Hikari to get as much JP as he can. So... yeah, up to 4 heroes can have a follower, so...
Fire. How weak. Study hard.
I love the salamanders. The salamanders are very cute. Friendly neighborhood inventor here. Give everyone a step ahead. It's a demon whooper. That's a pretty good... it's a demon Clodsire.
Battle of wits.
I guess we also want to put it that way.
Now it becomes my blade sings.
What to do?
Calculations and done.
What? But I won't hold back. Now go.
I'll say hi to Big Lizard. Say bye to Big Lizard, I guess.
May the sacred flame guide you.
Or something like that. So true, Temenos. So by doing this, we complete one of the quests where we need to like scrutinize / bribe this guy for information, and now we are off to Infernal Castle. So Infernal Castle is like a really high level area, and generally before, like, we needed like this complicated script to kill everything really fast, but because of the power of pay to win, we don't really need to do much. But there's also a very useful item that we get in here called the Lost Tribe Staff, which is the highest elemental damage staff that we can get. And that's pretty much absolutely needed for Mr. Oswald. So we are gonna go grab it while beat out the big boss on the way.
Let's play.
These little panthers here are very hard to hit.
Now go.
We just need this and a little bit of fire in their face. Goodbye. And we're basically just gonna do this for both encounters. Got the Lost Tribe Staff. And yeah, if I don't say anything much, chat, enjoy the music. That's what y'all are. That's what a lot of people come to Octopath for. You're here for the good music.
Fire. You're finished. I've gained valuable.
Also for gaining valuable knowledge about the speedrun. I need to give him a 5 warrior skill so he can learn deal more damage. What deal more damage is pretty much straightforward. He just deals more damage, I guess. So, like, the general cap is 9,999, but with deal more damage, the cap increases to 99,999.
Render my judgment.
And now this is the Dreadwolf, really tough boss.
Now it begins.
It has like 155k HP,
Thinking time. Calculate.
but you know, it's thinking time in the club here.
But I won't. This.
And because
Calculations complete.
Mr. Oswald here is overpowered, get the see that 50k damage right in the face.
That's a hope. Feel my reduce them.
Feel his wrath.
May the sacred flame guide you. Or something like that.
And so we want to beat up the Dreadwolf here because the Dreadwolf gives us this item called the Stone of Truth. So what the Stone of Truth does is it allows, so they changed magic in Octopath to quite a bit. They kind of nerfed it by making sure that you don't have easy access to the mid-tier spells, which is like Firestorm, Lightning Blast, etc. But with that particular item called the Stone of Truth, you have immediate access to the 2-hit tier spells. Which makes it like a really good item at the cost of, you know, of course, a slot. But it's also twofold that we need to beat this boss anyways, because this allows us to unlock an extra cleric slot. So what I alluded to before, that this is a 100% consistent route, and we need to train 2 clerics. for this to happen. So I'm just going to talk to this cleric. I'm going to make sure I get a second one, because that's what happened. Because you get that when you kill the Dreadwolf. I'm gonna steal a magic net from this guy. And then I will go complete the quest for the it's a twofold thing. I want to collect those books for a quest, and after this, we pretty much have directly unlocked Galdera. But we're not going to do Galdera yet, because we are definitely not ready. But yeah, after this, we've got pretty much one of two grind sessions pretty much going on here. But we have to make it to this area called the Curious Nest. There's this really nice item that we want to get, as well as like a powerful boss that guards it. And as you're going to see here, with this little mini boss here, Oswald automatically has access to Firestorm. Reduce them to ash. It's also a very good grinding item. Say goodbye to Big Shark.
I've seen worse methods.
And so I need to. So basically, like after we kill this boss, Tyranno Drake's pretty easy. I need to count JP, especially on Temenos. Because when Temenos has enough JP, which is actually pretty likely here, or somewhat likely here, then I need to basically swap to Partitio so that I can grind the rest of the JP I need. So one thing about this boss, I need to be mindful of Oswald missing his 6-volt strike, because we do have a minus accuracy weapon. Thankfully, that's not the case here. Let me see what we need to do for him.
Here you go.
So just need to hit with the bow. And then we just need to feel my wrath. So I forgot to mention what Oswald's latent power does. His latent power makes it so that his magic attacks will only target a single enemy, but deal 1.5 times damage. So if you know Octopath 1, it's similar to Elephant. Put this on Oswald. And then I'm going to put the grinding items on Temenos. And then both of the Unerring bracelets go on Hikari. And then they're basically going to be having some fun grinding. Let's take out the basic maneuvers. So, because we have to do like a ton of grinding, do you have anything you want to announce to Church?
Yeah, scroll up here. If you're over on YouTube watching this, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you go to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick, if you're interested in watching any of our live content, it starts weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, except for Friday, which starts at 4 p.m. Friday, and also on the weekends it'll start at about 1 p.m. Also, GDQX is returning at TwitchCon 2023 from October 20th to 22nd. Speedrun submissions open tomorrow, August 21st at gdqx.com. Sorry, gdqx.gamesdonequick.com. Runners who are accepted will receive a TwitchCon badge and the opportunity to showcase their speedruns on the Games Done Quick stage. You can type !GDQX in Twitch chat for more information.
I've seen worse methods.
Chad, I would say you should play Octopath 2 before Octopath 1. Especially casually. I think Octopath 2's quality of life is far beyond Octopath 1, but if you just like more Octopath, then 1 is like a perfectly fine choice. Because we have part 2 of the grind. So I have to make sure I steal these items. And then I have to go to the tavern. Actually, I got to unequip Temenos because I prefer doing it from here. And basically, because Temenos is done, we can just kick him out. Favorite Partitio. And then we'd be doing a little bit of mugging. So basically, like, I grinded to 8k JP on Temenos.
Reduce them to ash.
At least I think I grinded to 8k JP on him. It's not a big deal if I don't have that much on him. I can just grind another encounter after, but I basically need to make sure Hikari and Particio have JP, so... Just going to do this little quick menu here. For evasive maneuvers, and kind of need to like make one final detour. And basically, I want to grind until both Particio and Hikari have 9,760 JP. So we'll be here probably for like 2 or 3 minutes max. I'm just going to quickly put all the necessary stuff, and we get to run around at night beating stuff up. Yippee!
Oh, the dream.
So chat, also if you have questions about the run, or if you have questions about me and what I do, feel free to ask. You have like, about, let's just say, what's your JP like? A minute or so, I can answer 1 or 2 questions.
Stand aside or fight.
Well, I guess what other games do you run besides this?
So I run Octopath 1. I've also in the past ran Mass Effect, the series. I ran 1 and 2, but not 3. I've ran Pokemon in the past. I've ran Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic as well. So basically, I'm an RPG lover. I've also ran Xenoblade 2. So I ran a really wide variety of JRPGs and the such.
Come and get me.
Reduce them to ash.
Yeah, you basically get to hear on the screen, reduce them to ash, etc. for like 3.5 hours. Not 3.5 hours, literally. I'm just kidding. JP is called Job Point, so it's just a system wherein you unlock more abilities. You get them by beating up monsters.
Reduce them to ash.
So I see that Hikari's like still behind naturally just because we got a lot of kitties and poor Hikari like didn't get to join the club. He's seen worse methods. That's true, Mr. Oswald.
Let's play.
But chat, hopefully I encourage you all to try out Octopath 2. It's a really good game. It's on Steam and Switch, which by the way, I think both PC and Switch have a demo, so like you definitely try it out before like you like fully commit to it. And yeah, I would say like the 2D HD, there's a reason why a couple games went for that, because everyone loves a 2D HD experience. Do I have a favorite character story? My favorite character story is Particio's. Particio's story is just entirely unhinged. Like, you basically take solutions, and you basically take like problems and you make them extremely silly solutions. Actually, I had to look at. Actually, that's more than fine. We're done with grinding, unfortunately. Did you have something to say, Church?
I was just laughing at the unhinged, the part.
No, it's just basically like... Yeah, I gotta buy this real quick. Sorry. It's just basically like, you know... How do I solve problems wholesomely, but also like... in low-key the worst way possible? That's a pretty good summary of Particio's story. I gotta sell a bunch of items.
Particio is trying their best and not doing it correctly.
Sometimes, yes.
That's fantastic.
So I had to go through here and mug some stuff here. I'm gonna kill actually another encounter so that I can hit 152,000 leads, because that's the bare minimum that I need. Actually, I should be able to hit it still. But yeah, I had to do a couple bugging attempts here. And I'm gonna be doing like a really large series of menus here to like get everyone literally equipped, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't talk much through it. But basically, like now we're pretty much finished with our grinding, and we're pretty much in the preparatory stages for the Galdi Waldi. I'm gonna seal this red apple. I'm gonna click Partitia. And I like to do this really large series of menus here. Warrior, Ikari Dancer. So I'm basically finishing up Partitio and Ikari's minis here. Merchant. Dancer. Scholar, Agnia, Enter. The maneuver, show goes on, step ahead. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, this is a really weird order. Okay, I'm just gonna do it this way. Alright, sorry, I had to take a second there, because there's a lot that was happening. So we got a rest at the end here, and then finally got to beat up one more guard. Okay.
I like my odds.
He likes his odds.
Reduce them to ash. How weak. I've gained valuable insight.
Alright, so basically I had to do another large series of complicated menus here before... So here, I'm just gonna... make sure we have everything here. London Big Nut. Rest of these should go to Throne. Optimize. Champion's Belt. So basically, I also have to do a check here to see like if I have enough money for everything. Equip grows on trees. This. Okay, I think that's basically it. So basically what I did there was basically all those nuts went to their corresponding characters. And then here I basically this fight for me basically acts as a damage check.
What to do? Oh dear.
So I need to make sure that
Here you go.
Thorny and Oswald deal the appropriate amount of damage here. So Ozzy needs to deal like 24k damage here, that's fine. And Avers needs to deal 60k damage, which is perfectly fine.
And so it goes.
And I may also need to beat up some... Actually, that should be enough. And so finally we just need to go to the Lost Isle here. I'll probably kill another enemy on the way just to be sure. But here we are getting to the final piece of the puzzle, which is just essentially getting Arcanist. And by the way, these series of menus, like, especially at the end, are very complicated. So, like, generally if you mess up because of the way, like, we can't really grab other party members, you basically would have to take the Walk of Shame. So hopefully I've set everyone up right. I did try to take it as slow as I can, but, you know, if I messed up, well, y'all get to learn, like, the real process of learning this run. That's just how it goes sometimes. Like, basically this fight, the Scaldi fight is one misstep and you are pretty much dead. Because the fight is extremely precise. And messing up is pretty much just, like, guaranteed death. I'm actually just gonna take an encounter, like, in the daytime. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Let's play.
because I want to be safe on money.
What?
Reduce them to ash. You're finished.
Or little things.
Worse methods.
Alright, so now we need to do some swaps here. So we get Arcanist here because we need Price of Power for more damage. Like I said, his damage is extremely precise. And we can learn lots of skills here. We learn here Summon Strength because we don't have anything else, and we're also just going to take both of these out because we don't need it. Also, Elemental Augmentation gives them just enough damage. And then just need Show goes on, and hopefully we're good. Fingers crossed, gamers. I'll try to go... This fight generally goes really fast, so I'll try to kind of go slow. I'm curious, what's the time at the moment?
1:07, probably 1:18 on the dot.
1:18? I mean, honestly, not bad pace. I'll try to go a little slow so that I can explain it because there's just a lot of moving parts. But basically, I need to... Let's see, I need to swap people around. Not like this. I need to swap a lot of people around because I did not mean to have this sort of setup. But so basically, the turn order for this is extremely important because this decides Aelfric's turn order. Basically, Aelfric's turn order is like a static turn order, and it's decided by the reverse of the turn order. So we want Agni always before Oswald, TLDR. And I'll try to explain it as I went on. It'll be similar, hopefully, if I don't like mess something up with like the menuing, which, you know, like very possible. So Beastly Howl here to nick off a shield and debuff. Bringing Boots Ochette so that she's ahead. You want Aelfric on Agni because her job is to just like buff people up. And then we want Partition Shield up again so that he can Aelfric's Oswald. And if I've done this equip right, hopefully everyone's done enough damage. So the damage is very exact. If I mess up, it's basically a walk of shame.
I need a fire. Use this.
So I should be killing these ads here with about 25k damage.
Reduce them to ash.
That damage looks correct. And then basically now we're just in the process of like, the guards here will bring the turns back so that Partition can specifically break. And then from now here, we just basically rev jam to heal ourselves, because I deals a percentage of our HP per turn with that little thing that he does. And now we're basically reducing them to ashes and doing all the damage that we can because we need to hit a threshold. And we need a little bit of help here from our friendly neighborhood assassins and vets. Let's get to work. So you see here, Mr. Oswald is dealing like 130k damage a pop, and I has like 600k HP, so just keep that in mind. So if this is done right, I should be under 150. And as you notice here, the LP management also is precise as well. So we defend here. So you think that's a lot of shields, but don't worry, that's not an issue. We revealed two shields here because remember what I said about Elemental Bottle Break. Elemental Bottle Bomb. Assassins here to heal and nick off some shields. 8 shields, goodbye. That's the way, Agni. I'm sorry for not getting that I'm starving, chat, but I hope you all understand. I was kind of in the heat of the moment. Alright, so that's part 1 done. Hopefully, I've said it tonight. I messed that up before. Hopefully, I haven't messed up. Alright, step 1, we might do through part 1. I need to make sure Throny's damage is correct, so reinforcing jam and Aber spam because we need to hit 3 Abers. That's looking good so far. we have? So we need to use this to Aelfrix, and basically we have. So these ads have 150k damage, and if they get a turn, we are capital dead. So level 1 Cassie, by the way, doing work. So this concoct puts us in the front of the turn before the ads, so that Throne can kill them. So say goodbye to the ads. And by the way, Galdera himself has 250k HP. That's also not a problem. Also has a lot of shields. Also regains 2 shields after each turn. But don't worry, friends. We've got a way around that. So I'm going to Revitalizing Jam Throne here, so that she can nick off some shields. And remember what I said about Cassie? She's OP. Again, we're going to be pushed to the front of the turn. Decaying Dagger's Essence, -4 shields. Actually going to do this first. Armor Corrosive to lower shields. I'm not blindfolded. I wish... That would be awesome if I could do this blindfolded and explain the whole thing, but unfortunately I'm not that cool. So, 22 shields, not a problem. So, and then basically this is just slam your keyboard on the Aber's button to win. So we're gonna Mighty Leaf and Whimsical to put Throne in last. Didn't need the Whimsical, but be like proper process here. And then it's just Aber spam. So, by the way, time's coming up soon when the Spurring Ribbon text comes up. So, get ready on time very soon here. And that's Galdi, first try. That's actually a very smooth run. Wow. So, time's coming up very soon here. And... time.
That's gonna be like a 1:24:30.
That's a pretty good time considering I actually intentionally went slow for the final fight to explain it. If I did that fight very fast, like I wouldn't be able to explain anything to you, chat. So I wanted to make sure that chat understood it, because if I played through it fast, nobody's gonna understand what's going on. It's cool,
yeah,
but I just want to make sure chat understands.
Parts.
Yeah, this fight has a lot of moving parts, like so many moving parts, like. That, you know, like, I wouldn't be sure, but we also got a lot of kitties, so say GG's Galdi, get owned, Galdi Waldi, and also say hi to the kitties. So the route, Rise, you can find all the information in the Octopath Discord. We're friendly neighborhood gamers, we're very happy to answer questions. I absolutely recommend the consistent Galdera version as your first route. If you want to try it, because it's 100% consistent and it will teach you the importance of menus as well as a general understanding of the route, and you don't have to deal with much trouble after like the first 25 minutes of the run. Yeah, shout outs to the community, awesome. Also Frame Fatales, you're absolutely awesome. I hope y'all enjoy my any percent run and the super boss, my any percent run. To be fair, I was up for around 18-19 hours, so y'all have to forgive me for the any percent run. But I was basically unhinged for my any percent run, but I know that chat loved it, and I recommend if you all missed it, go watch the Frame Fatales VOD that will be coming up soon. TM, it's a run.
It will be out in 6 hours on YouTube.
Thank you for the precise number. But yeah, I hope. Yeah, but yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/Sanjan_. I see there's already a shout out. I do, of course, RPG speedruns. Sometime, primarily, that's my specialty. Which game? It depends. I basically play the games that... Thank you, Google, for telling me there's an earthquake. I hope everyone is safe from the earthquake. My phone just told me there's an earthquake. Nice. Love that for my phone. But yeah, that's all for me. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Thanks, Church, for having me on the show. Thanks, chat, for being enjoyable. I will not take much of your time. Have a nice, stay safe.
Thank you so much for coming on and showcasing the game. Really appreciate it. It was a wonderful showcase. Yeah, you did really well on that. We do have one more game coming up. It's going to be Sly Cooper 1, and we're going to take a quick break to get ready for that, and we'll be back with the last run of the evening. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are doing a Flame Fatale showcase. We're showcasing some runs and runners that weren't able to get into the marathon. Before we get into the final game of the evening, just a quick announcement. Games Done Quick is hiring. If you have experience in social media creation and want to help out at our live events, be sure to go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs to apply. With all that said, our final run of the evening, we have Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. I will hand it over to the runner. Let her introduce herself.
Right. Hi everybody, I'm Alice at Wonderland Games. I'm very excited to show this run off to y'all. Not only is this one of the best speed games in my opinion, but this is also one of the best categories in the game. It is an incredibly difficult one and it involves a lot of tech. One of the reasons that I really like this run is that it involves a ton of tech that you wouldn't normally see from any other category in Sly, so y'all are going to get to see me abuse the games in new ways that you've never seen before. I will do my best to explain everything. This is 100% coinless. 100% coinless involves collecting all bottles, all vaults, all keys, all Master Thief sprints, or the time trials, right? As well as beating all of the bosses. So we're going to be doing quite a bit, and all of it without collecting any coins. Now, just to get out of the way right before we start, this category is really not beginner friendly. It's not runner friendly in general. So that being said, we decided as a community to allow reloads to your last known save file if you do collect a coin. So if I happen to collect a coin, it's not reset entire run, it's reload to last save file before a coin was collected, and we get another chance at it. Nobody has managed to complete this without grabbing a single coin in a single segment yet. So we decided to go ahead and allow to the boards just reloading to the last known time a coin was collected. This is a really fun run. I do have chat open on the side, so I'll do my best to answer any questions if anyone has any, but I'm also going to just go through all of the tech. There's a lot of really important pieces of movement tech that I'll show off, and then you'll slowly get to be familiar with, oh, that was a proxy, oh, that was a cane jump, you know, and those things will be a little more familiar to you as the run goes on. And final thing, I recently lost the world record for this, but I've been getting really, really close to taking it back, so I actually have my splits on the side as well. Hopefully I can give y'all a live world record. I can't make any promises, but would love to be able to. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and get started. The timing will start on loading file here, and I'll get into that why in a second. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. So, first things first, I'm gonna try to do a fun proxy for y'all. This one's a little finicky, so I'm only gonna go for it 3 times, and if I don't make it in that 3rd try, then I will go ahead and try. I'll just go ahead and do the normal strat. Proxies are fun. They look super impressive, which is why I love trying to show them off. A proxy is interesting in this game. Ooh, close. Wrong direction, though. But you get the idea. That one's a little finicky, so I'm not going to sit here and go for it for forever. Long story short, what a proxy is if you get stuck in a rock in a hard place, then the game is coded to try to not let you soft lock yourself. Which is very convenient as far as coding goes. So what the game will do, rather than let you get stuck inside of a wall or in the ground or anything like that, is it will try to shove you out. And the longer you spend stuck in that stuck location, then the more momentum you get when being shoved out of the wall. We abuse that quite a few times in this game, so I will make sure to point out proxies, but you'll get very used to this raccoon flying through the air. Raccoons can fly in this game. If you noticed, a couple things for astute people, The first thing is that I skipped the intro cutscene there. That cutscene is not supposed to be skippable. However, the community decided as a whole that the intro cutscenes to all of the worlds, because we figured out a way to load manipulate them into already being watched and skippable on a new file, we decided that we should just go ahead and allow all runners to skip them, because there's no reason to force the runners to sit through an extra 3 minutes of cutscenes. Everyone's going to watch a cutscene at the same pace, because it's the same cutscene. So we just went ahead and agreed to let people take this out of the run, and that is why I start from a loaded file rather than starting from a new game, is that it allows us to take off some cutscenes. We're going to go ahead and do boat jump here. Saves a few seconds. A lot of this run is just optimized movement, and a lot of it is taken from 100% and then adapted to avoid any coins that we would normally encounter along 100% on the way. So this right here is cane jumping. I'll explain that in a second, but you have one more weirder piece of tech you'll see in just a second here. There we go. So that's boost jumping. Boost jumping is really weird because whenever you do a super jump, i.e. swing the cane down and prevent your like fully landing animation, you can buffer a third jump. So normally Sly only has 2 jumps, as is standard with these kinds of platformers. You can buffer a third one. I pause there because the third jump is frame perfect, and so I go ahead and pause buffer the frame perfect jump. Some people don't, which scares me. I don't know about y'all, but whenever I see someone just casually go for frame perfect things when there is a pause buffer and decide, no, I don't need it, it's kind of terrifying. Alright, the rest of this level is fairly normal, so I'll try to explain the piece of tech that I didn't get to yet. Cane jumping. You're gonna see it one more time. Cane jumping is really interesting. Sly is considered grabbed onto an object that he can grab onto way before his body actually grabs it. As soon as the cane touches the object, then he's considered latched onto it. So you can see me jump way earlier than you think I should be able to. This not only allows us to cut some time off of fully connecting onto the rope like this, however, it also allows us to get a lot of extra distance that the game doesn't really intend. We're going to use that to get out of bounds in a couple places. But in general, pretty clean ASA, a stealthy approach, first level. We are going to actually leave the level before we grab the vault first. This allows us to skip the vault cutscene. So we're going to leave, that gets the hub world onto our map, and then we're going to come back, grab the vault, and then map over to the hub world. It skips both the vault animation and the normal walk up and introduction to the World 1 hub.
That large vault. The clues have led me to believe that the code for this vault is 7.
There we go. Now, you'll see me often put in the middle number last. And the reason for that is that the vault opening animation with the really dramatic opera singing and him opening it and being super dramatic about it, that takes time. And it triggers as soon as his hand reaches the vault lever. So if you put in the middle number last, then what happens is you get more time in order to pause and skip that cutscene. That bottle cycle is super hard. You will see this run go from 0 to 100 really quickly in this level. There's a lot of really tight jumps with coins around them, and this is your reminder that this is coinless. So if you're clinching at every jump, just like I normally do, that's fair. Also a reminder, we have to get every bottle. The routing for this category is really interesting. We are going to basically grab all of the bottles in the game before we grab Magnet. And most of this category's routing is actually around the coin magnet. It increases your hitbox for coins by around like 7 times. So as soon as we grab Magnet, the run gets incredibly more difficult. So that being said, we grab all of the bottles in the entire game before we pick up Magnet. We are forced to pick up Magnet fairly early in our vault collection, because the way that this game does vaults is really interesting. Rather than each vault being tied to a specific level, there's a specific set vault order in which you need to pick up all of the abilities. So, say for instance, that one that I got that has Dive in ASA, I could get it in that very first level, I could get it in the final level before Clockwork, I could get it somewhere in between, but the first vault that I grab will always have Dive. That being said, the second vault will always have Roll, which is the one I'm about to pick up. And the fifth vault will always have Magnet. So, that being said, because there is 17 vaults we need to collect, there is 12 we need to do with Coin Magnet on, which is terrifying, and which is why we minimize the amount that we have to grab while we have Coin Magnet active. I really wish it was something we could just casually turn off, but alas, once we have it, it is on permanently, because the game devs thought coins were helpful or something. We're gonna do an interesting little slope jump up this gear. The way that jumping up things works as far as momentum in this game is that if you are holding forward and running against something that is like less than 90 degrees, it will try to transfer your momentum upwards instead of like just ramming you into the wall. So you don't lose any momentum, it kind of ramps you upwards instead of just having you lose all of that forward momentum. So you can convert your forward momentum into upwards momentum as long as you're against a wall that's less than 90 degrees. That is your first example of it, but you'll see a couple more clear examples where you're like, how did she get that level of height? That's probably a slope jump. And now we officially have the best ability in the game. I love Roll. I unapologetically love Roll. It is the best. The fact that one of Sly's ancestors was running from the cops and decided, hey, it would be faster if I just grabbed my feet and rolled down this hill amazes me. And it makes me so happy that she did. That is a checkpoint proxy. Checkpoint proxies are weird. That is not the only checkpoint that you can do it at. It is one of several. Basically, long story short, when you... Oh! I get to do it again! Long story short, when you spawn from several of the checkpoints in the game, you spawn slightly underground, which is really odd, but normally, because the game does that fade in from black into the foreground, you would never notice that Sly was slightly underground when he spawned. However, if you just spam X while you're spawning, you can try this if you have this game, if you spam X while you're spawning in, then it will try to pop Sly out of the ground, and because he's stuck in a ground, it becomes a checkpoint proxy. Something else really important to note. Okay, this is the first Master Thief sprint that we do, the time trials. Every platforming level has one of these, but only the platforming levels. I lost my train of thought. Oh, key grabs. Normally, Sly has this really cool animation where he shows off the key whenever he grabs one, and he spins it around, and he shows it off to the camera, and then he sticks it in his backpack. Each one of those takes like 6 seconds. That's too long for speedruns, especially considering we have a bunch of keys to grab. So, what we can do is as soon as Sly touches that key, we go ahead and pause and load. That loads out of the key animation, and it just loads us back into the level where we continue on with the Master Thief sprint. You'll see that with most keys, I'm going to try to avoid letting the animation play out as much as possible because each one takes 6 seconds, which doesn't sound like that long, but that's too long. Be careful little fan cycles here. And then these right here are the aforementioned cane jumps. If you were wondering earlier, it actually allows me to jump over the fan blades if I do that. And then cane jumps is how we avoid grabbing those coins right there, because we can jump way before Sly's body actually grabs onto the pole there. As long as his hook has touched the pole, then we can go ahead and jump again. Especially the timers in World 1 are really interesting. There is, I don't want to say a rumor, but like an unconfirmed game development idea about this, that World 1 was supposed to be World 4, the one right before Clockwork. which is why the timers are incredibly difficult on World 1. But the timers are super tight. There are a couple ways to manipulate the timers. Namely, whenever you have the Binocucom open, the timer can't count down. So if you're waiting for something to happen, such as coins despawning, then you can open the Binocucom and you don't have to worry about the timer as much. Something else would be if you open the map. During the time where the map is opening and the map is closing, you can technically still move Sly. However, the timer doesn't count down as well. So there's a couple ways to manipulate the timer. But, ideally, we don't need to use those because this run is timed in real time and not in-game time. And so the more map manipulation you do, the more time you're going to lose. Now, this is the last vault we're going to collect for World 1 because we are hitting the point where we're collecting too many vaults and getting close to collecting Magnet, and we don't want that. We are collecting the levels specifically that are more difficult with Magnet and or impossible with Magnet. Into the Machine, if you saw that really tight jump at the beginning, that level is impossible with Magnet. It worked out that Magnet is the 5th vault, and there were exactly 4 levels that were impossible with Magnet. So, this category ended up being really lucky in a way. That being said, in addition to the luck, we had a lot of runners contribute to making this category even possible. I consider this category an act of love by the entire Sly community, because so much of this was thought to be impossible until people started routing out individual levels and finding new tricks and new proxies and new tech that made this run possible. So there's a lot of contributions to make this, like, even a doable run, which I think is really cool. There's another little key grab there for y'all. Now I'm gonna do some fun little load manipulation. I actually need one of the safes that the bottles are in order to do a trick for the Master Thief Sprint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that safe. I'm going to load before I collect the vault. And then that's actually going to load the safe back in, but still collect the vault, which is fun that we can do little load manipulations with this game. Okay, so all bottles are collected. Let me show that off now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Load the game. Now I loaded the safe back in that I just collected. However, you can see from the timer still being here that the game thinks we've collected the vault already. Now this is a fun, new-ish trick. This is called the High Class Heist Zip, HCH Zip. Raccoon go Neum. We're gonna ignore the fact that I just hit that precise zip and then failed to jump over a railing 3 times. And then we are going to move on to the next level with my pride still intact. Good question. There we go. Now there is a cutscene right here that's kind of difficult to avoid, but you can do a weird little out of bounds strat here, if Sly will let me. There we go! That cutscene takes way too long, so it's possible to jump around there and not take damage, but we had the charm, so it didn't matter. Grab these last bottles, and then this right here is a fun little strat to get back up. There we go. To get back up, that's not the intended way. The intended way is going all the way down there and then climbing a pipe all the way and then jumping out a bunch of hooks. That's long. hooks keep your momentum really well in this game. So especially if you run it at fast, you can get some silly momentum off of hooks. We're going to be abusing that quite a bit, don't you worry. But for now, we're just going to clean up the rest of this level. The casual involves rolling this flaming boulder. I don't know why Raleigh has a flaming boulder inside of the engine for this machine. But we roll that flaming boulder all the way over here to break the glass. We can break the glass in another way when we come up to the Master Thief Sprint, which is going to be really fun. But for now, that's the only way we're going to break the glass. And then we're going to do another key grab. Perfect. We're going to bait this guard because I want to keep my charm. And then into Cunning Disguise. This was actually one of my favorite levels as a kid. This is the level where you sneak around in the barrel, you know, and avoid all of the guard lights and the darts and everything like that. I'm sorry to say for any barrel fans in chat, we only need the barrel for like 3 seconds. Alright, say bye to the barrel. Nope.
So far, so good. I bet if you stayed still inside the barrel, the guard won't be able to see you.
That is one of the reasons that roll is the best, is it maintains your momentum from falling. So if you fall off really high heights and then get a roll bounce like that, you just go new. You can also roll under turrets, which I think is a really silly mechanic, but you know.
You know, when I saw this category, I was like, that sounds interesting. I didn't fully understand. I've never played Sly Cooper. I didn't fully understand how nerve-wracking coinless was. Yeah, no, this is, yep.
I am glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's really difficult.
My anxiety is also through the roof, but...
you know, imagine how I feel.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine how you feel.
This is a fun trick. If you're like, what the heck just happened? Normally, when you're doing it casually, you need to go down to the bottom there, unlock the generator, you break the generator, there's a cutscene with Bentley, then you crawl through a tunnel, there's another cutscene with Bentley. It's incredibly long, right? That guard is actually capable of boosting us up and over the roof. We found out that there was not only a hurt box on the projectile that he shoots at you, there's also a physical hitbox, one that you can stand on. So if you manipulate him to shoot upwards at you like that, then you can get another jump off of it, which is hilarious. But he just kind of boosts you over the roof. He's a very nice guard. He should get paid extra. This level's music is top-notch. I really want to hear, a house remix of Gunboat Graveyard. We're gonna just use roll to go ahead and optimize our movement here. Oops. I want to talk about it.
At least it wasn't a coin.
It was not a coin. Coins are way more time loss than just taking damage. I also want y'all to know, for anyone who is excitedly and or anxiously watching this, we're currently tied world record pace, just so y'all know. So yeah, I told y'all I really wanted to try to get a world record live for y'all. I've been inches from it for a while now, so we'll see Fingers crossed. This is Crabs. Crabs is awful. Why is Crabs awful? Crabs is awful because it is an incredibly RNG dependent level. So I'm going to do my best to just hard focus here and collect all of these. These chests right here, they take 4 hits to break. And if a crab grabs a single one of them and brings it back into one of the, like, 8 holes, then the level's over. You've lost. They just need to grab a single one. All I'm saying is, if there is a minigame in your game that speedrunners consistently lose runs to, the minigame might be too hard.
No kidding. Oh my god, there's still like 20 of these.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
Luckily, very friendly crabs can stop each other, which is really nice.
That is very nice.
Whew. I'll actually give a little tutorial on how to beat the race levels later. Don't worry. For now, we have all 7 keys. We have done everything we're going to do right now in World 1. And we're going to go ahead and beat Raleigh and move on to World 2. The rest of the... If you notice, most of the levels, I actually collected all of the bottles and the key and not the vault in. And once again, that's because we mapped most of this category around Magnet. So, I'm actually going to reset here. Resetting is way quicker than actually listening to the villain monologues, because every evil villain has to have a long monologue explaining their plan and where they came from and their backstory and everything like that. That takes way too long. So we're resetting the game so we can skip the evil villain monologue and get right into the fight. We are going to come back to World 1 later on and finish off 100%ing it, but we're going to come back when we have 1 magnet, which is terrifying, but 2 more abilities to help us speed up finishing it. Now, this boss fight is actually mostly casual. There's a couple little things we can do to save time. One is making him move as little as possible when he's bouncing. The other is normally when you hit him, he falls into the water, he flails around a little bit, and then he jumps back to his platform. If you hit him while he's going up and already jumping back to his platform, it skips the little flailing animation. It just saves a few seconds each time, but seconds add up. And the rest of this is just casual. And we spin around a little bit for style while we wait for the last phase. Now, if y'all remember the key pauses that I've been doing, you can actually do that on bosses as well. That skips a very long cutscene, luckily.
I took the liberty. We're all set to go.
And into World 2 we go. Now back to bottle collecting. This is Cletus. Everyone say hi to Cletus. He's gonna be super helpful later. Break the fence for me, please. Thank you. Okay, so this is a cutscene skip that is very difficult. Let's see if I can grab it. Got it! Nice. The way that works is whenever Bentley is going to talk to you, Sly brings up the Binocucom. If you take damage while the Binocucom is up, then it cancels the cutscene and counts as watch. It's very hard to get Sly to slide off of that while the Binocucom is open, so you have to get like all of your momentum going in a specific direction. That right there is a super jump. Super jumps are fun. we're going to start abusing those more and more as the run goes on. Basically, the way a super jump functions is this game, when you take damage or you're stuck in an area that you're not supposed to be, say for instance you fall into water or you fall into like the air at some point or something like that, the game returns you to your last known safe grounded position. Now we can actually manipulate where that safe last known grounded position is, because when we swing our cane while in the air like that, the cane swing animation prevents Sly's landing animation, and it prevents the game from updating that he has landed, that he has, you know, landed on a safe known position or whatever. So long story short, we can use that to manipulate our last known safe grounded position, and the game will throw us back to that known position when we get ourselves stuck. There are a lot of places where we can either purposefully get ourselves stuck and or take damage. Oop. Those lasers are glitched, which is fun. These are the only lasers in the game where normally what's supposed to happen... We're fine. Normally what's supposed to happen... We're no longer fine. Alright, we get to show off the level again. Normally what's supposed to happen... is when you trigger the lasers on yellow, it warns you that they're going to change to red, and then they change to red. And then when they change to red, you can take damage. Those lasers, even though they stay yellow, actually are damaging. So, those are some fun little glitched lasers in the game. I just, what happened there at the very end is I need another pretty precise cane jump in order to avoid one of the coins on the final railings. But, I missed the cane jump. And we got the cutscene again, let's go. Not an easy one. That's okay. Hopefully I get a bit of a chance to show off consistency in a difficult level. Easy. See, that's how the lasers are supposed to function. Oop. There we go. I need that. We actually avoid killing a lot of the guards, which, you know, it feels a little better morally, but also that being said, some of the guards are rich, and it makes not collecting their coins really difficult. Oh, I forgot to mention something interesting. The way that the coins are programmed from droppables in this game is that if something drops a coin, be it a guard or an object or whatever, the coins actually don't have a hitbox until they touch the ground, which is really helpful.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. We're going to abuse that quite a bit, especially for guards that drop a ton of coins. We're going to basically hit them and run through them as fast as possible. Okay, and rocky start done. That was a little bit of a rocky start to World 2, if you will, but Okay, so we're going to go ahead and load here to skip some cutscenes. And then, fun fact about these flashlight guards, their sight is literally just the light in front of them. So, if you jump over the light, they can't see you. Now we are going to go into the first escort mission of the game, which is everyone's favorites. We're also going to once again skip the intro cutscene. And then this is Murray. Hi, Murray. We're going to be escorting Murray all the way to the key. This is mostly casual. The guard spawns here are not RNG. They are predetermined, so I'm just going to be going towards the next guard spawn as fast as possible. The only real time save in this level is every time Murray is scared, you lose like a second or two. So we're trying to kill the guards before Murray even gets sight of them, so he gets scared less. Like that. Perfect. As long as we can keep Murray strolling on his merry way, then we can save the most amount of time. That's a little psych out. Scary thing about Escort Murray levels, no matter how many charms he has, if you're the one to hit him, he auto-dies.
Oh no.
Yeah. The betrayal causes him to take double damage. Yep. Okay. That is the first of 2 Murray escort levels. And now we have Boneyard. This was one of my favorites as a kid. This level always felt really interesting. This is the one where there are a bunch of roulettes on the water and you have to jump across them. If you played this as a kid, I feel like this level always stands out.
Nice job getting in, but look out for those guards. Mugshot's got those machine gun toting dogs hunting like a pack.
Yeah, Murray's Bentley's quotes are amazing. Bentley has a lot of really good quotes in this game. Yeah, my personal favorite is Sly's brain turning to cheese, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
What? Okay.
We need to save Sly before his brains turn to cheese. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Sometimes the kleptomaniac that Sly is really wants those coins, so he goes out of his way to go ahead and grab some.
Look out for those guards. Mugshot's got those machine gun toting dogs hunting like a pack.
Oh, also that jump down there from the second to the first floor is not intended, but there's several places where it helped the player experience to move the death plane away from the barrier that you were currently standing on, because it was too easy to accidentally walk into the death plane while still in bounds. That being said, it leaves a little gap for us to jump through. Here we go. Shoot. I may just take damage here to save the time. Or they won't see me. Never mind. They will see me, and I will take damage to save the time, which is the original plan. Once again, just gonna use roll, especially down hills. Roll saves so much time. So we're gonna try to optimize our rolls. This section right here is what really stood out to me, is the jumping on the roulette wheels as a kid.
I have questions about the layout of this casino, but...
What's wrong with electrified water with wires everywhere?
You know, you're right. No,
yeah.
I'm the one who's wrong. You're right.
Uh-huh. It really adds to the ambiance of the casino, you know?
Uh-huh, yeah.
That right there was pillar climb, which was fun. Pillar climb is a way to avoid a really tight rope with coins on it. There are some ropes that are stiffer than others that are really hard to cane jump off of and consistently avoid the coins. So if we can find other ways around those, then we will. That is one of them. we can climb up the pillar to the side. Also, as Bentley is saying, we cannot go counterclockwise on the wheel. We use roll to go counterclockwise on the wheel. Fun little jump on the fence here in order to get to the first race level. Everyone's favorites. Also, for some reason, this is one of like 2 entirely unskippable cutscenes. I don't know why, but you know.
Is there a key in it for the winner?
Yeah, 3 times around the track for a key.
It's all you
Gotta love unskippable cutscenes in games that are mostly skippable cutscenes.
Uh-huh.
Power-ups, you can get a boost by pressing the square button.
Bow wow, I know. Alright, this is how we do the race levels. The race levels are notoriously difficult. It is not your child brain misremembering. There are still a lot of runners that lose to these. The secret is, you know those boosts that are all over the racetrack? That Bentley's like, hey, you should use those in order to like gain momentum or whatever. Yeah, those are basically useless. They save you about 1 second. However, if you spend more than 1 second grabbing them, you've already lost time. The most important thing about this race level is you taking clean lines, just as a lot of race levels. So you want to be trying to cut corners as fast as possible. If the boosts are in your way, go ahead and grab them. One use of them is right here. You normally have to take a pretty wide turn in order to not skid there. However, if you have a boost, you can just take a really short turn and boost it. But otherwise, if you see me not going for any boost, that's because they're not helpful. Interesting thing about this level. If you know rubber banding from a lot of other race levels, rubber banding, the way that it normally works in racing games, racing levels, or whatever, is the cars are rubber banded to the player. So what that means is the cars in front slow down and the cars behind you speed up. And that's supposed to make the pack feel tight, and it's supposed to make you feel like you just barely won the race, right? The cars in this minigame are not rubber banded to the player, but rubber banded to each other, which is really odd. But basically, the red car always wants to come in first, the green car always wants to come in second, the purple car always wants to be third, and then the, like, green car, the like, navy, not navy, yeah, like the military-ish one always wants to come in fourth. So they're rubber banded to those positions, which I think is really interesting. And then they slow down consistently after each lap is completed. So yeah, it's rather than being rubber banded to you, it's supposed to make the race feel impossible until like the final lap, until like suddenly slower.
That's weird.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I guess it gives a weird, like, it's an interesting way to try and make the race level fun, I guess.
Yeah.
Or, exciting. But it's really weird.
Yup, it is a very weird way of doing it. If you're wondering what the heck just happened, that was Mugshot Catapult. Long story short, proxies go burr. Long story short, we can use getting stuck between a rock and a wall there in order to shoot ourselves to the top, and the ceiling is not actually solid there, so we can shoot ourselves to the top, jump along the rooftops there, and then fall down through the ceiling. Ooh, close. This is Arrow Proxy. Give me just a sec to do Arrow Proxy, and then I'll explain it. Come on. Work with me. Oh, close. There we go. So, long story short, the way that this level is supposed to work is you are supposed to snake around through several different locations in the level in order to climb all the way to the top, and once you've climbed at the top, you fall down onto that wrecking ball, and the wrecking ball breaks open the key for you. It's possible to do arrow proxy in order to just pop yourself up onto the wrecking ball and just trigger the key breaking animation right at the start. The way that arrow proxy works is really fun. Despite it being very finicky, I really like it because it is a create your own proxy, in that between the smokestack and the arrow there, normally there's not a proxy spot, but if you pull the arrow over behind the smokestack, then you can create your own proxy spot, which is fun, and I like that quite a bit, despite the fact that it is super finicky. This bottle is also super finicky. There we go. Are we on time? We're a few minutes behind right now. We have plenty of time saved to make it up, but we're a few minutes behind. Grabbing coin in Rocky Start and Boneyard didn't help. Really interesting is, remember how I was saying we're supposed to climb all the way up on this level? There was a reroute done on this level a little over a year ago that actually found out timing-wise that if you start from the very top and just fall down and collect bottles on the way, it saves quite a bit of time, which I think is really interesting. So we do this level like in the exact opposite of what was intended. There we go. Okay. Now we are going to do a precise little jump here. There we go. In order to circle all the way up to here and avoid having to climb all the way around. This is Back Alley. This is a terrifying level. So what we're gonna do is not do it right now. 38 to 40 it was. This game likes to put like 2 or 3 bottles sitting right next to the vault. So what you'll see me do is get like 28 out of 30, 38 out of 40, something like that very consistently. And then the last 2 are sitting next to the vault. And so it ends up just saving more time if I grab those last 2 because they're next to the vault when I go for the vault. Now we are going into Mugshot. What you just saw was the Mugshot Super Jump. Mugshot Super Jump is really interesting. Basically, if you start behind that curtain, you do a super jump, and remember, that's me declaring what my last known grounded position should be to the game. I prevent it from updating all the way around while I'm jumping, and then land behind Mugshot's mustache. It zips us through the level enter trigger for Mugshot. We don't have all of the keys yet. We're still missing 2 levels. Those 2 levels are faster to do later. So that's why we go ahead and do Mugshot first. And then it's really interesting as far as game design goes, where when Sly is returning to his last known grounded position, his hitbox stays intact for level triggers. So we can use super jumps and damage abuse like that in order to go ahead and pop us through level triggers in order to trigger the Mugshot fight early. This is mostly casual. However, the last phase has something interesting. Mugshot has a little chandelier that he can stand on, and if Mugshot can stand on the chandelier, why can't we too? It helps us speed up the fight quite a bit, but it's also, once again, a very precise jump, because this game likes giving us really precise jumps. Perfect. Here we go. Mugshot down. If y'all want me to break your minds a little bit, the song that plays during Mugshot's boss fight is the same song that plays during the race. Alright, so this is Back Alley Heist. This is notoriously, by far, one of the most difficult levels in the run. You can see why right off the bat, and it does not lift up like this with the coin placement. Shoot. Okay, little peace of mind save here. That's a fun little awning abuse strat. The awnings are kind of programmed to opposite your momentum, so when you fall down on them, it boosts you up, right? But if you just go straight to the right into them, then it'll bounce you back left. And that's how that little awning abuse works. Now, this ladder right here, there's bottles up there, and those bottles are very brutal to get, so we have a consistent little setup here that involves baiting all of these guards' shots. So we bait all of the shots, have them shoot, and then while they're reloading, we take them out. Then we can bounce up here, once again abusing the awning hitbox. And then we have a setup for this ladder right here. I'm going to ledge grab right here and then hold left, and that kind of just works out. Perfect. Here we go. Alright, now we just have to pick up the last little ones. Just no real tech here, just really tight jumps. Something interesting you'll see me do a lot is jump smacking things. Especially when I'm trying to break breakable objects. The cane really likes to auto-target coins. For some reason, coins are really, really high on the auto-target, like, priority list. Ooh, hold on. This is a cute little super jump here to grab this last bottle and then throw us back so we don't have to climb up that thing. But for some reason, coins are really, really high on the auto-target priority list, but you have more control over what your cane is targeting if you jump and swing first. So me jump swinging is basically in order to ensure that the cane doesn't try auto-targeting coins over what I'm trying to go for instead.
Another page from the Thievius Raccoonus. This one features Dev Cooper.
Alright, so now we get to do that entire level again, but under time pressure.
Oh, good.
Uh-huh.
Oh, great.
Yeah. It is actually really important there that we don't touch that light. Triggering any alarms during one of the Master Thief sprints doubles the speed of the timer, which is great.
Jeez.
I guess Master Thieves aren't supposed to, like, trigger alarm systems or something? I don't know.
That's weird. They should be able to trigger as many as they want.
Right? Ta-da! First try every time. And now we're on to World 3.
I figured out a way.
Alright, so World 3 is gonna be our first instance of roll hovers. This is my favorite trick in the game, and once again, another reason why roll is just the best ability. I can try to explain it, but it makes a lot more sense if you just see exactly what I'm doing. Long story short, when there is something below you that is circleable to, when Sly circles to something, you see he pops up before he lands on it. It's possible to, at the peak of that popping up animation, cancel it with roll and then do it again. What that allows you to do is basically fly. It does require you to have something circleable to you below you, and you have to follow that circleable object. However, here you go. That's roll hovers. We're going to use those a lot. They're really helpful for just avoiding precariously placed coins. Those swamp monsters are not fun. They have 3 different phases, and each one of them has really annoying hitboxes. There we go. So we collected all of the bottles around that area. That area that loops back on itself has a bunch of bottles and is also really easy to get coins in. There is a cutscene on this ramp here, so we're actually going to jump on the tree out of bounds first. This is off of my normal cycle, so I need to figure out how to collect this. We're fine. We're less fine. We're slightly less fine. Slightly less fine. Like, just a little bit, just minorly.
Just a little.
That's okay, we have a checkpoint here. I think I spawned the guards in too early. This is my normal cycle.
You've done it! The mojo!
Okay. Dread Swamp done, and now we get to do Lair. Y'all remember Back Alley Heist? What if we did that, but in World 3?
Oh, good!
Yeah! The roll hoppers are honestly not that frame perfect. The biggest thing is they need to be on almost like a metronome. I think there's like 6 frames, but in order to get the maximum height out of them, they have to be in a very specific rhythm. Something like that. Okay, this is by far the hardest level in World 3, so everyone who was unclinched after Back Alley, get ready to clinch again. I actually, despite this being an incredibly difficult level, I actually love this level. I think the route for it is really fun, despite being incredibly difficult. By delaying our hook onto a lot of things, we can skip a lot of the branches that it wants us to go on here.
These clouds are making me claustrophobic. Did you see those reeds move? There's something huge under
Do a little hook jump right there to abuse the hook momentum. We're gonna use some more roll hovers to get out of the way here. Just 2 to float over those coins, nice and gently. If y'all remember Lair of the Beast is supposed to have a big snake chasing you through the latter half of the level. If you jump over that ribcage right there, it actually avoids spawning the snake, which is super fun. Got the bottle jump. Bottles, for just a couple frames after you touch them, hold on. Nice. Bottles for just a couple frames after you touch them actually have a jumpable surface on them. So for that bottle, I can actually abuse that to get around the coins and jump off of the bottle. We made it all the way to the more difficult bottles, and there's a really easy way to get the key from the start. So we grabbed all of the difficult bottles, and now we can just clean up the easier bottles. So I'm going to show y'all a really clear example. Y'all remember cane jumps? This is a really clear example of how you can use it to get places the game didn't intend you to. So off of here, I'm going to cane jump over to the out of bounds wall here. And then I can just walk along the out of bounds wall until we reach the key.
Press the circle to enter the vault.
There we go. Ooh, that's a gold layer. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. This is a marathon setting, so I have to try this to show it off. I have to. I'm gonna try fish skip. This minigame is brutal. It has a lot of RNG to it. It's kind of frustrating. There is a way to skip it, and somehow the skip for it has even more RNG and is even more frustrating. Basically, long story short, is through some weird collision errors with this little piece of terrain right here, you can actually phase through this gate. It is RNG, or, you know, faux RNG, because there's no true RNG in games, that whole thing, but I can't control the outcome, so I need to hope. Just get this mean. That's okay, I believe. It's trying. No? Okay. I had to go for it. I had to go for it. I had to try to show y'all. You can imagine, basically, just if you do manage to hit the correct cycle there, and the RNG is a little nice to you, then you just kind of pop through to the other side. It's really interesting to watch, but it's also brutal, and for a marathon's sake, I don't want to sit here and try it for several minutes. For now, the casual way to do this level is you need to squish 25 fish under your boat and then use the oil from those 25 fish in order to light these candles. I don't like questioning logic. Okay, so here's the thing. You should never question the logic of minigames in Sly to begin with, but the logic in World 3 minigames is particularly odd. I don't question why we're squishing fish under the boat in order to grab oils to light candles in order to open the store, but that's what we gotta do, so we're gonna do it. Okay. On to Grave Undertaking. I'm gonna double check my lives here. I have 3. There is a death abuse in this level, so I need to make sure I don't have 0. Lives basically mean nothing in this game, except the one big thing that they do mean is whenever you get a checkpoint during a level, if you end up falling to 0 lives, then you have to start the level entirely over, rather than at the checkpoint. We need to be able to start the checkpoint here, so I need to make sure we don't have 0 lives. Generally, though, whenever you get a game over in a level, it just means try again. These are the first of our bramble breaks. Bramble breaks are interesting. If you spam square and up on the D-pad repeatedly, you can actually get, like... It's possible to break all of the brambles on the exact same frame. There, I got a double and then a single. But, it's super weird that you can do that. So the bramble breaks are a little RNG, and when we grab Coin Magnet and come back later, it's also a little RNG where the coins land. However, for the most part, there's not much RNG in this level. We're just going to do some very silly out-of-bounds strats. Like that. Also, this out-of-bounds, that was no special tech. You can just do that. So that's once again, if you own this game and want to try it, you can just jump out of bounds there. Okay. So these are the last bottles that are down here, so we're going to go ahead and take damage to get rid of the charm. And then fry our raccoon so we get shot back up to the top. Hitboxes, please. There we go. I don't know if I made that cycle. I'm gonna be safe. I feel like I made it, but we don't need to take the extra risk right now. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna go ahead and die and reset at the checkpoint. Oh, I'm so glad you think so. Okay, I hit that at the exact same cycle, and once again, I'm pretty sure that I could have made that, but I'm not gonna take the risk. There's no point in breaking the ghost generator right there, honestly, because the ghosts are already behind us, and breaking it spawns coins. So... There we go. Another key grab, and we're out of there. So this is a really good example of slope jumps, and this is where I tell new runners to practice slope jumps. You're not supposed to be able to get that much height, but the game converts the forward momentum for you into upwards momentum, and it allows you to just jump all the way to the top of that. This is Chickens. Chickens is another brutally RNG-based minigame in World 3. Isn't World 3 fun? So what happens is there are these roosters that are chasing you the entire time. You need to collect 50 chickens. And collecting 50 chickens allows us to get the key. If you're wondering why we need 50 chickens in order to have a key, there is a ghost above us that wants to make gumbo and is scared of the roosters. So we need to grab 50 chickens for a 50 chicken pot of gumbo for a ghost floating above us, and he gives us a key. Once again, don't question the logic of these minigames, especially in World 3.
A very large pot of gumbo.
Uh-huh, a 50 chicken pot of gumbo.
That's just absurd. It can't last that long. It has to be eaten in like a day or something, right?
You would think.
That's absurd.
Chickens! There we go. Once again, another key grab to avoid the key pickup animation. Okay, now we have the bane of the coinless run. Now this one is the bane of the coinless run for a different reason than you might be thinking. It's not incredibly tight like Back Alley or Lair. There is just a bunch of coins in the way that we have to wait to despawn. So it's a speedrunner's worst nightmare. An auto-scroller with waiting.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Also, fun fact about this head, if you sit here, he cannot hit you. It is impossible. Spin for the style. Okay, once again, because it's a marathon setting, I have to go for the strict ones. There is a way to skip the entire first floor. It is incredibly RNG. Oh! I got half of it. I cannot believe I did that. Alright, well... that saved quite a bit of time. That is very RNG based. It's possible to get that to slingshot you all the way over here. But that was nice. That was nice to get to show off in a marathon. Fish skip didn't cooperate, but first floor skip did.
According to my
Okay. A lot of this, because we do have to wait for these coins to despawn anyways, is just trying to break as much of the terrain as we can while we're waiting. Spin for style. I know it looks like I can scoot by that coin, but the coin hitbox and the skip hitbox is way bigger than you would think, so I'm not gonna risk it. And now we wait. Alright, now it's time for the hard section. This is a triple ghost spawner. Got the middle pillar down quick, nice. We get the middle pillar down first because it is possible to collect coins in the key pickup animation, so we need all the coins to despawn out of the middle first. There we go. Super clean. Okay, now for our last level in World 3. This one actually has a lot of overlap and double backing for the vault, so we're only going to collect about half the bottles in this level. This, in addition to Lair, is one of my favorite bottle routes. I think this one's really cool to watch. This is also one of the best Bentley lines. Oh. I'm saving that as watch. But, oh my god! A green waterfall overflowing with bones and body parts. It's such a good line. So that right there is bone jump. It's just a precise little cane jump to get over here earlier than we're supposed to be able to. And a little out of bounds jump in order to make it up here without having to wrap around. Okay. I always kind of cross my fingers at that vault because it's possible for one of the bottles to fall into the water, and it basically soft locks that bottle until you reload the level, which is fun. Another little out of bounds jump here. Yeah, there's a lot of little places you can jump that you're not really supposed to be able to out of bounds, and now we're gonna do scuba. That trick is fun. If you see the difference in color, the little seam at the water there, basically, the devs had a case of there's no way a player can get there. They didn't code the hitbox for the, like, darker part of the water there because there's supposed to be no way that we're able to get there anyways. So, of course we found a way to get there. And now it's time for Ruby. We are once again going to reset the game so that we don't have to listen to the evil villain monologue. No blindfold, not this time. Yeah, this is a really fun boss fight. Okay, so first things first, we are going to do a fun little out of bounds. Woo! Okay, that one's really brutal. I'm glad I hit that first try. That is the hard version of the Ruby out of bounds. I don't know why the spirit commanded me go for that one, but I did. Okay, there is a long explanation as to what we're doing in this boss fight and everything that we skip by doing that out of bounds right there. Also, for some reason, the game treats the water as a checkpoint, because the game assumes that the only way you could have died in this water right here is being in the second phase. So because we drown in the water behind Miss Ruby due to that out of bounds, then it goes ahead and skips us to this phase. I'm kind of becoming infamously known for doing this fight blindfolded, which is really fun, but also terrifying during a marathon setting.
In a run that's already terrifying to do.
Yeah. I'm just gonna let people enjoy the music, honestly. I'm sorry to say that we are actually going to end the boss fight an entire segment early as well. The devs messed up coding her hitbox, so after the end of this phase, the hitbox doesn't disappear repeatedly and we can spam swing the cane to just end the fight.
Oh, wow.
And there we go. There's Miss Ruby. The symbols are not random. They're the same every time. which is why it's so easy to do blindfolded, is because it's the same rhythm that I've done like 1,000 times.
Easy, quote unquote.
Just a reminder, we haven't gotten Magnet yet. So if you've thought you've seen this run difficult yet, our hitbox is gonna be like 7 times the size for coins. I'm going to try not to murder a village here. There we go. No! Of course, during a marathon! I know! So, this is nicknamed Murder a Village because this cutscene is possible to avoid, but this is the cutscene that establishes how bad of a person Panda King is, because that village, he's basically running a protection racket, and that village didn't pay their, like, taxes, so he buried them in snow. But because that cutscene is possible for us to avoid, it became nicknamed Murder a Village, because if you avoid the cutscene, the village never gets buried, but if you hit the cutscene, rip village. PS2. Oh, that's actually a really good question. This is run on a PS2 disc on a PS3 console. That is the fastest known way to run the game. So it is a PS2 disc, but it's the PS3 console. It's a backwards compatible PS3. Now, this is a really interesting little timing thing, but it's actually faster once again, just like it was in World 1, to leave the level first, and we're going to use a super jump to do so. That's, once again, Sly's hitbox is active while he's being cut through terrain like that. So we're going to leave, come back, grab the key, and then load into the hub world. And that ends up saving time over grabbing the key and then walking back here. The flashlight guards in this section, as well as if you remember the first section where I got spotted with the rat flashlight guards, they're kind of like a hive mind. So we don't want to risk hitting any of them because then they all swarm on you. So we just wait for them to casually get out of the way. Okay, we have our second Murray escort mission here. Same thing as the first. We are just going to escort Murray all the way. All of the guards are predetermined locations, so I'm going to be just going from each guard spawn location to guard spawn location as fast as possible. And the more we prevent him from getting scared, the more time we save. Luckily, because these fireworks have an AoE explosion on them, it helps us kill a lot of the guards early that are around corners or behind something. Okay, see if I can hit this guard early. Nope. That saves 1 second if you can hit that guard early, and it's called LSJ skip. It's named after another runner. But, It's super difficult to do. It's like only a couple pixels wide, and it only saves 1 second, so there's no reason to not go for it. Okay, so all of these guard spawns, unlike the other ones, are actually random. We want to try to get as few of them spawn on the roof as possible. These ones actually take longer to spawn and longer to hit. So we want them to spawn in the doors under as much as possible. That wasn't bad. That was one above average roof guards. Okay. This is a fun level. We are going to do another death abuse later on in this level, but this level is a lot of interesting little out of bounds in order to optimize the movement here. This is also the first level we get to use invisibility. We get invisibility from Ruby, and we can use it to, 1, avoid shots from guards like that, but 2, it's also a really good make your own proxy type of ability, and we're going to be using that a ton. Shoot. I need that life. And this is a good example of if I'm on 0 lives, I can't do the death abuse, but I really need to be able to. The jump on that railing is only a few pixels wide. It's not the easiest. Here we go. I'm gonna wait out the cycle. Okay, so this is a fun little proxy. This is called Cran's proxy. We're actually going to use set invisibility to shove ourselves into here. Invisibility hitbox is actually smaller than Sly's normal hitbox. So we can use it to get into places and then let go of the invisibility, and the expanding hitbox will allow us to get free proxies, which is what I mean by it's kind of a create your own proxy. It's really, really helpful in a lot of locations. One of the levels we skipped in 2 to Tango is in World 2, 2 to Tango is way faster with invisibility, and that's one of the reasons that we wait to do it and come back to 2 to Tango, because we want that first. Oops. Okay, here's our death abuse. Now, using the Cran's proxy, we actually managed to get ourselves way up to a higher checkpoint here. So that's why I'm going to use the death abuse there, is because I get to a checkpoint way further in the level. It's easier to just go ahead and grab the bottles and then death abuse in order to get to this checkpoint. Fun fact about those lasers, they don't actually turn on quick enough. So we can just fall through all of them before they actually get in hitbox.
That's awesome.
Then I'm going to die here to reset my lives, because I once again need to death abuse for the next level and I'm at 0. Dying in the hub world doesn't even ask you the game over text, do you want to continue, that kind of thing. It just automatically sets you to 5 lives and sets you on your way, so it's fastest to die in the hub world. And I do actually need to come back to this level for later, so I'm going to create another save file. Now this is a fun little trick.
Despite its temple-like facade, this place is really some sort of playground.
So that's called displacement. The game calculates from one circleable object to another, basically how far that distance is, but using a cane grab, I was talking about how you can jump off of that way earlier than you're supposed to be able to. The game will miscalculate the distance between one object to another, and it will sit you on the next object wrong. So you can kind of choose what direction Sly is off of the railing here. And, oh! That's not the best. I don't know what to do about this. I think we're just gonna go ahead and take this and then reset. Excuse me. Luckily we have 5 lives. I'm not gonna say that this game isn't janky, because you see what I'm doing to it, but most of the time it's janky in a way that I can control. Except when that happens, and Sly falls through a circleable object. That's not good. It's okay, I got this. There we go. And we're gonna grab these, pop back to the same checkpoint. That's rude. So that was me abusing super jumps in order to get back here. The game gave me a free charm, which is a pity charm. Pity charms are fun. And I went ahead and used that because it also sent me through the circleable wire. I just super jumped all the way to where I needed to go, and then had it sent me back to my original location, which is a fun little use of super jumps. Now we can go ahead and finish up the required bottles. Thank you, thank you. Style spin. That's important. And then we're going to do a fun hook jump. And by fun, I mean this is really, really tight. But I've practiced it a ton. So we're gonna get it first try. I don't want to talk about it. There we go. So that's a fun little out of bounds. Once again, there's no specific tech there. It's just if you manage to jump on the little railing there, you can jump out of bounds. And this is spinning. We once again have some RNG. Hopefully the... Okay, so that was RNG cooperating with us. Let's go.
Heck yeah.
Okay. That level is like 3 minutes long. However, if you sit in that corner and you spin around in circles, it will, here, you know what? Actually, let me reset lives here. If you sit in that corner and spin around in circles, it can pop you up over the railing, and right below the starting point is actually the key. so you can just fall directly down there and land on the key. Because the level is 3 minutes long, that trick is a little RNG. However, it's way faster than doing a 3-minute long level. And now we have Duel. Duel is a fun level. This is one of the Carmelita chase levels. So Carmelita's chasing you through this entire thing. You're supposed to have a flirtatious cutscene right here, but we're going to head and circumvent that. Not even close. She has a funny little mechanic where she is only allowed to shoot a certain number of times. Oh! Okay, fine. We'll do the save. We'll do the save. Carmelita wanted me to show off the roll hover save, I guess. There is an abuse for her shots there where you can make her not shoot the bridge and we can just walk around. But, she decided to not cooperate. Carmelita, chill, please. Okay, now we get to use slow. We basically need our grabs on this to be near frame perfect. So we're going to use slow in order to give us more frames to work with. Slow and fast, there is also a fast in this game, are interesting because they literally just slow and speed up the game by 20%. The entire game. Sly, Carmelita, the guards, everything. Which I think is...
interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird choice.
I mean, it's cool that they implemented it like that properly, but it's still weird.
Yeah, it's a weird choice. Okay, we are gonna death abuse once again because World 4 is the world of death abuse, apparently. Me jumping off of that vault earlier triggered a checkpoint, and that checkpoint spawns us right here. We need Carmelita to work with us just a little bit. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I just need to... Oh! Oh! That would have been bad!
Multiple blood vessels burst in my
so you can once again collect coins while Sly is sitting here. For the most part, you can just break that and then go ahead and grab the vault while you're waiting for the coins to despawn. But every once in a while, the game likes to throw a coin at you while you're sitting at the vault. So for safety strats, I like to make sure I know where the coins are going before I open the vault, and that would have been a reset. Okay. That was the vault. We are going to grab the key here, and then we're actually going to go ahead and do the Master Thief Sprint. This is one of the levels that is impossible with Magnet on. So because of that, we're going to just go ahead and 100% the entire level without Magnet, because if we did this later, then it would be impossible. One more time! Fun fact about the Master Thief Sprint timers, they actually disable all cutscenes while they're active, which is really helpful. There we go, that's what she's supposed to do. Style spin. Then we're going to use slow one more time in order to cheese frame perfect inputs up the pole as long as I don't miss the triangle button. I wasn't scared, you were scared? Okay, you're actually not allowed to die on Master Thief sprints, and all of the checkpoints are disabled. So rather than do the checkpoint abuse that we did last time, we're going to jump up on this railing and do a little ledge grab up here. Ho, 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 we're fine.
Okay.
We're fine, we're fine. I was never worried, I just wanted to scare chat.
And me!
Oh, Karm, no. Karm, bad. Well, that's really unfortunate coin placement, but, you know, we'll just wait for them. We have time.
Bit, yeah.
Fun little fact about these rockets, I hit them in this specific order for a reason. It's not just because it's fastest, it's actually possible for Carmelita to shoot one of them out of the air and soft lock you.
Oh, jeez.
Uh-huh. If you shoot them in that order, she can't hit them, which is nice. However, how Carmelita being able to soft lock you got through testing, I'm not sure.
That's terrifying.
Uh-huh. Alright, so, y'all remember the last race? You ever wondered what would happen if we put that on ice physics?
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, no, it's everyone's favorite two things combined, is a race that's already really difficult with ice physics.
Could use the key. Think you could take them?
Come on, Sly, they're a pack of monkeys. How can I lose?
Alright, remember, steer with the left stick and press square to use any nitro boosts you collect. Keep clear of those icy patches.
Thanks for the advice, Sly, but trust me, I got this under control.
Alright, so just remember the rules of the last race, right? Just try your best to take your turns as tight as possible, you don't need the boost that much, that kind of thing. Or, just skip the race entirely. That's also an option.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that option.
Yeah, I wasn't really feeling that race, so we're just gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna not do it. Sadly, the race in World 2 does not have a skip like that yet. We haven't found a seam in the invisible wall. However, there's a little break in the invisible wall right there where you can just boost through it, which is great. And now we're on to panicking. Okay, once again, we reset just to avoid his evil villain monologue. Okay. This boss fight is really interesting. The way that it's supposed to function is you make your way up to him. Hold on. You make your way up to him, you hit him 10 times, he bounces you back, and then you need to make your way up again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry, being able to count to 10 as a speedrunner is hard. There we go. There we go. You can actually, if you jump on his belly right when you hit him, when he's supposed to bounce you back, then you can just jump upwards off of his belly rather than backwards. And that's called Grim Panda. It's named after a runner, Grim. You can do that 4 times is optimal. I got 2 out of 4, so that's not bad. Now this is a very scary auto-scroller. This is just an auto-scroller. There's no weird tricks involved or anything like that, and yet I've thrown, in the last week, 2 world records to this auto-scroller. So I'm a little worried about it, not gonna lie. It's like 3 minutes long, and if you die at the end of it, it's like just kind of GG. Yeah, if you die at the end of it, you die in real life. I'm just going to be doing my best to pre-fire all of the obstacles. There are mines, there are these rocks, but scariest of all are the Robo-Falcons. And why the giant metal owl has Robo-Falcons as attack guards, I'm still not 100% sure. Back on world record pace. We're close. World record is not impossible, but we're off pace. I'll put it that way. I do have to play, like, optimally in the end game, though.
So I'm not hearing a no.
Yeah, not a no. Not a no. This is the part that I normally die at, because there's a ton of them. No. Okay. The way that the Falcons work is they pass 3 times in front of the camera.
Nice shooting, Sly!
And do that. Well, y'all wanted to see the auto-scroller again, right? It died on Azzy Path on the last Falcon again. So they pass 3 times in front of the camera. Once fast, once slow to show they're about to attack, and then the final one is the damage. Oh no. Nice shooting, Sly! Sly's dead on the ground behind him. No, the last one takes a really weird arcing path. Okay. Back to the last Robo-Falcon section again. Okay, why did that feel way easier that time?
Looks like we're in the clear.
That looked way simpler.
That's so funny.
The turret to make it all the way through.
The Falcons RNG? I don't think they are RNG, is the weirdest part. Oh yeah, the game is forced inverted x-axis. That's fun.
Oh no.
Yeah. I kind of forget about that, just because I'm so used to it. So that right there is a slug despawn. I did not nail the slug despawn, dang. Okay. So the way the slug despawn works is, one, traditionally I never hit it in a marathon setting, which is really funny, but two, long story short, that wall on the back there is, what's the word? It's not solid, right? So what you can do is, normally, the way the slugs function is, it seems like whenever you hit them, another one just spawns from the starting point, right? What's actually happening is there are only 4 slugs, and whenever you hit one, it crawls around the outer rim back to the starting point and then climbs back up. So there's only ever 4. It doesn't spawn more of them. So if you can shoot one through that wall that's transparent out the back, then it will despawn it. And I put despawn in quotes specifically because it doesn't actually despawn it. It just kind of falls forever endlessly in the void, contemplating its own existence. But
that's terrifying.
I don't like thinking about that. So I say it despawns it and takes it to a nice tropical island somewhere where a lava slug can thrive and have a mojito or something.
That's awful.
Intangible, yeah.
Cooper thieving and sabotage. Don't you think, Sly?
All right, now it's time for some Cooper thieving and sabotage. Okay, so now we have all the tools we need. We are going to officially go do the levels that we skipped in World 2. Now that right there is a really interesting little piece of load abuse tech. We've been implementing that more and more into Sly now that we've realized like how powerful it is. That's called a Banakicom double pause. What happens is you can open a pause menu while Sly is pulling up the Banakicom, and then the Banakicom will actually eat the pause menu, right? So the pause menu is sitting under the Banakicom, and then you can open up a second pause menu on top of the Banakicom. So basically, you can have 2 pause menus open at once, and that allows you to really mess with the game. So what I just did, what I just used that for, is I saved all of our bottles, keys, everything like that we had on the other file that we were working on. I saved all of those to the run file that was still in World 2. So that's a really good example of roll hovering right there. You can see exactly what I'm doing as just using the roll and hover repeatedly in order to fly. Now that we have roll, we have invis, we have all of the things we need, we're going to stomp World 2. We're going to stomp 2 to Tango as fast as we can. Water Tower Proxy is amazing. There are a bunch of different setups we're going to use for Water Tower Proxy in order to have it shoot us in very specific locations throughout the entire level. That first roof was the first one. And now... There we go. Remember when I said that Invis was just like create a proxy? Yeah, this is what I mean. Okay. That right there is the last of the bottles before we grab magnets. So everyone say goodbye to our nice small coin hitbox. This right here is a fun little proxy. There we go. I call that Nenant proxy. I named it after Neon, which is another Sly runner. However, he already had a Neon Proxy, also known as Boxy Proxy now. So I named this one Neon Proxy 2, also known as Not Neon Proxy, also known as Nenant Proxy.
I'm gonna hunt you down, Cooper. You can't run forever.
Carm's just chilling behind a wall because that proxy didn't allow her to update her location properly. Okay, we're going to use another double pause in order to load this save file into the one that is currently sitting in Flaming Temple. And we are going to go collect the vault. This is our 5th vault. So, scary. Ooh! I don't want to talk about it. There we go. I was trying to purposely get a ledge grab because that removes the displacement, and then I just missed grabbing the ledge entirely.
It happens.
Okay. I'm gonna jump up the side of this mountain here. We are going to do the same hook jump that I did before, that I said was incredibly precise and then got first try. I did put a lot of practice into this hook jump, I promise. It is very difficult. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay, and now we have Coin Magnet. It is time. Coins are now way scarier. That being said, it is now impossible to go across this bridge the normal way. So we need to jump over it. Come on, Sly. It's fine. Here we go. Perfect. So this is where roll hovers become even more essential, because we need to stay as far away from the coins as possible. Ooh, shoot. Got it. Saved it. Woo! Okay. So we're going to run on this roof all the way around until we can once again get to that hook jump. We're going to roll hover above this wire again. Oh, don't love that. That's fine. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and force these to despawn, and I'm opening the Binocucom to prevent the timer from counting down. And then we just need to do this one more time. Woo! Ta-da!
First try easy.
First try easy. Unseen foe. So now that we have Magnet, we're just going to go back and clean up the vaults. We clean them up in a very specific order. A lot of levels are easier, say, one of the vaults is water protection. So we save all of the water levels for after we have the water protection one. Most of the World 4 ones we already have everything we need for, and since we're already in World 4, I'm just going to clean up all the ones in World 4 first. But a lot of these vaults are routed in the order that they are for very specific abilities. We're going to once again use Cran's Proxy to get ourselves up here, but we're going to ledge grab it this time because we want to be thrown as far into the level as possible. We already have all the bottles.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. It was a challenge, but this vault's combination.
Once again, I'm doing the middle digit last because that gives us the most time to react for Sly's hand moving from the actual dials over to the lever. Once he touches the lever, we can no longer skip that cutscene, so we want to give ourselves a little extra time. And then time pressure, once again, we're just going to do Cran's Proxy and get ourselves to the end. Oops. I don't kill that guard here because he drops coins, and the coins are actually in range of coin magnet to pick up. So if I do kill him, then I need to wait for these to despawn. Come on. I do need to be able to make it all the way to the top. If I don't ledge grab that top, then it's gonna be way harder. So I'm just gonna reset if I don't make it all the way to the top. There we go. So once again, I don't kill that guard because coins are scary. Okay, 9 time for Perilous. We're actually going to go into this level backwards. The vault is at the very end of this level, so if we enter this level backwards, it spawns us in the end here. And then we have this gate is up in the natural state of this level. So we have a very annoying jump to do around this. Close. This jump is brutal. The invisible wall around this gate is big because the devs didn't want you to be able to just jump around it for some reason. There we go. That's not to say it's not possible, they just didn't want you to.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. I got a real headache figuring this one out.
Okay. Now, we do it one more time. Okay, this time for the Master Thief Sprint, we have a fun proxy. I'm gonna try to show this off the best that I can. Nice, okay. That proxy is really weird. I paused during it because if you notice, the way pauses work in this game. I just wanted to show y'all again. The way pauses work in this game is, long story short, they slowly stop the game and slowly allow you to go back in, right? Pausing doesn't pause the game instantly. It slows down the game for a bit and then allows you to speed back up. That kind of miscalculates your momentum when you come out of a proxy like this. So that's why pause going into it is it allows me to do this. Okay, I know I'm on the GDQ channel, but that's never happened before. I've never gotten so much height that I overshot the landing destination. That's impressive. And then the reason that I opened the Binocucom there is actually just to get the camera to follow me. Normally the camera will get stuck down there and it won't follow Sly, but if I open the Binocucom like that, then it follows Sly up, so I maintain vision of where I'm at the entire time. Also, once again, those guards' vision is literally just from their eyes to the end of the flashlight. That stone blocks that guard's vision, which is great. So you can just keep running up all the way. Oh yeah, we never unlocked this door. So now we're gonna unlock it during the Master Thief sprint. Alright, now World 4 is 100%ed. Now we're gonna go back and do the same thing to World 3. Starting with Lair. Now, ironically, Lair is way easier the second time. When we don't have to go around collecting all the bottles, even though we do have Magnet, it does make some of these jumps a little more precise, like this one here. However, if we just fall down here, y'all remember that cane jump I did to get out of bounds earlier? Yeah, we're just gonna do that twice. Ta-da! There's no coins out of bounds, so there's nothing to worry about. Being out of bounds makes everything easier. Did I think I was on the Master Thief sprint already and forget to grab the vault? Maybe. However, the level is easy enough that we can just do it again, you know? No, you can't turn power-ups off. Once you have something, it's on permanently.
I get it, because, like, why would you want to turn a power-up off, right?
You would think. That's a really good idea of how big the coin hitbox is, in case y'all were wondering. Okay.
I had to overcome some personal demons to get the answer to this one. Try for...
Ta-da! One more time! It's amazing to me how just barely possible this run managed to be. Because there are exactly 4 levels that are impossible with Magnet, and Magnet's the 5th vault. And then the number of times where just barely dodging out of coins was possible in certain levels, wild.
This seems like an incredibly precise run that took a lot of time to figure out.
It is incredibly precise. It took forever to figure out, and it's like 2.5 hours of incredible precision the entire time.
Yep.
Alright, Dread Swamp half time. This vault that we're picking up right here, we don't have it yet, but the next vault we pick up is actually water immunity, so that's going to help us a ton. This is DSP Van Proxy, which is a really fun one. Through a series of precise movements, as long as I perfectly replicate these movements every time, ta-da! It will just launch us to the out of bounds, and we're going to walk along the out of bounds layer all the way to the vault. Easy!
If I did my math right, and I...
Okay, now you see me also using Fast. Fast is our 7th vault. And, Fast speeds up the entire game by like 20%. So, as a speedrun, we're gonna use it. It does make a lot of the movement even more precise, which is fun. I also really like Sly's running animation using Fast. Okay, on to Grave. Now, Grave's vault is really simple. There is an out of bounds that we use for both the vault and the key pretty consistently in every category. We can... okay. So you can jump on this back little thing. This tree branch is grabbable. And then we jump up once again to the invisible, like, outer layer. And walk around to the end.
Press the circle to enter the vault code.
Now, the challenge with this one comes from the fact that the timer is actually on the bottom floor. Heck. Okay, so this is the little bit of RNG I was talking about earlier. We do actually need the coins to cooperate with us and have them not bounce towards me. Cool, there we go. Okay, so the timer's on the bottom floor here. So I actually need to do this out of bounds really quickly before the timer despawns. Jump down here, use the super jumps to avoid grounding on the bottom, because there's no way to get back up here without collecting coins. And then that launches me back here, and now I can just do the out of bounds normally again, but the timer is going. There we go. Let's do it again! Heck. Okay. The brambles scare me a little bit, if you can't tell. I am not a huge fan of RNG coin bouncing. Nice. Got the high launch. Okay, now I just need the ghosts to be a little kind. I actually might not do this part in fast, just to be a little more consistent. That's okay, we have water immunity, so it's actually preferable to hit the water there. Then it is the ghost. How far do I need to be to despawn you? Never. Got it, okay. There we go. Now we have descent. So this is the one where I only collected half the bottles in the first place, because we have to backtrack quite a bit anyways to get back to the vault. So we saved the rest of those bottles for this. Okay. We're gonna wait for him to come back. Do arcane jump. Now, ignore the fact that we beat Ruby and she's already in jail. She uses her one phone call from jail in order to call us and let us know that she knows we're here. It's the little super jump in order to just optimize my pathing. Now we have a very precise jump around these coins here, because these coin hitboxes are massive. Especially with the head repeatedly sinking the thing we're trying to jump off of, it makes it not the easiest. Okay.
Look at all the security. This must be the source of all the disgusting greens.
Close. Got it. That jump is so precise. And now we can grab the vault.
These codes are nothing before my righteous analytical ability. The combination
And now if you remember scuba, we're just gonna do scuba once again. Well, every once in a while he'll grab the bone with like his backhand. That messes up timing quite a bit. Okay. And World 300%ed. On to World 1. Alright. So first off, we have the ASA Master Thief's Front. There is a fun little strat that is also very difficult, but I've practiced a ton, so let's see if I can nail it. There we go. Thank you, baby. There we go. Okay. So that is the ASA Void Drown. Void Drowns are really weird. They are basically a type of slingshot. If you remember super jumps, right? I'm basically using super jump to declare a specific starting position, and then I am trying to get as far away from that starting position as possible. And the further away you are from that starting position, the more speed you gain as you go back towards your original starting position. We gain so much speed that it ends up super overshooting the original starting position and slingshotting us towards the ending. The reason that we go out of bounds there for that is allowing Sly to hit the water and keep sinking into the void out of bounds there. That gets us a super far amount of distance away from our original starting position, so that allows us to gain a ton of speed. Once again, that cutscene that was so hard to avoid, it is disabled during an MTS timer. One more time. The way a lot of these strats are found is really fun. Dang. This is a really, really fun speedrun. If anyone's looking for a platformer speedrun, I heavily recommend this game. It is really hard, but really rewarding, and the movement is super responsive, especially for a PS2 game. It feels really good. So like, yeah, if you're looking for a 3D platformer to speedrun, pick this up. Also, the community's amazing.
And there's actually a beginner tutorial on, I guess, the not this category, but the 100% category on the GDQ channel.
Yeah. We also, on speedrun.com, we have a tutorial for every category. The community goes really out of their way to try to make this as accessible to beginners as possible, which is really nice. Also, I have one of those category tutorials. Rip. One more time! I got the Sly games, they're worth it. They're super worth it. The World 1 MTSs, for some reason, are way harder than all of the others. Their timer is super duper tight.
Which is really weird.
Yeah. The theory is that this was supposed to be the last world before Clockwork. I think that was said somewhere. I'm not 100% sure if that's dev confirmed or not. Oh yeah, the mine hat. Sly can stick a mine in his hat. This is the sole thing that it's useful for. For some reason, it can break this pane of glass. I don't know why. If that was intended, like if that was thought about in advance, that's a really cool use of it. However, I have no idea why that's there. Okay, now we have ACD. This one is actually difficult because of this one coin right here. This coin is brutal. We got it. Now we're going to use ACD proxy. ACD stands for a cunning disguise, the name of this level. This is also known as the bookshelf proxy because we're trying to stick ourselves behind a bookshelf. This is faux RNG in that I need to hit X on the correct frame as he's falling here. So basically, as long as I have him set up in the correct location, I'm just going to spam X to try to land him on the correct frame. And I need to hit the correct one. There we go! Easy. Okay. And there's the vault.
With the help of a straight edge and compass.
One more time. Nice. I just use slow there in order to better time my double jump because it's fairly precise. It's not technically necessary, but it's one of the consistency things. Look at that! Hit the correct frame real quick that time. Oh, that's a gold. Nice. Alright, now we have Gunboat. This level is super hit or miss. There is a really interesting strategy that was found. In this level, if you look in the backgrounds, there is a lot of little pieces of the boat that are not technically part of the level. However, we found out that they're walkable on if they're at their lowest part of the cycle. So if they're at the lowest part in the water, then you can walk on them. It makes timing those really complicated sometimes. However, if you just run straight from the start to it, then you reach it right when it's at its lowest point. So that works out really conveniently. This is a guard proxy. This is also known as BBJ or belly bump jump. I am trying to set him up in order to bounce me to the end, because it ends up way easier than a lot of ways to avoid coins. It's a little finicky. It's a little finicky, but I think the trick is really cute. I really like bouncing off of a guard there in order to bounce you to the end. Here we go. Oh. Well, no. Okay.
This one was cake.
All right, chat, say it with me this time. One more time. Yeah, the time trials make it so that we have to do all of the levels twice. Sometimes 3 times. Close. What? Why are you going over there? Oh, pain. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I may try to close. It's possible to do an interesting little roll bounce there as a backup strat. Whoa. Come on. Oh, close. Heck. We got this. We got this. This is simultaneously, I consider this both the hardest category in Sly 1 by far and the most fun, which I think is really interesting. It can be...
Yeah,
Oh, go?
Go ahead. You got it.
I was just gonna say, it can be brutally difficult, but the routes are so fun. You know?
Yeah, it looks like a very interesting category. Like, it does look frustrating, but it's not the kind of frustrating that looks like it would be unfun.
Yeah, exactly.
Per se.
Except I can't seem to hit BBJ. Hold on. Alright, one more time. It's this next time we got it. Oh, brutal.
Looked really good.
Brutal. Yeah, the further you go on in this run, it's crazy because this run starts out really difficult and then just gets harder. One more time. Nope. No!
No!
Pain!
That was the one!
What?
Oh.
Okay.
First try every time.
Okay. Alright. Sure. Hey. Well, that's World 100%ed. My gosh. Now we have Rocky Start. Now, this is a very fun guard proxy. Remember I said remember Cletus? We're back to Cletus. Thank you, Cletus.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. A little bit of higher mathematics.
Now, one more time. Cletus is a really fun guard proxy. This is a 4-frame, by the way. The 4-frame is mildly terrifying, but, you know. Not quite. Oh, you know what? I can save this one. Dang. Here. Psyched myself out saying, remember this is a 4-frame. Ta-da! Okay. Boneyard time! Boneyard's a fun one. Technically, I can do the strat that I'm going to do for the MTS for both the Vault and the MTS, but I'm gonna go for a little more consistent of a strat for the Vault. Okay, so this is called Fountain Void Drown. This is another Void Drown like the one you saw for MTS. Here we go. So this is just going to launch us upwards to land on the ceiling. And then we're going to walk along the out of bounds. One, two, three. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. And now I get to show y'all Roulette Void Drown. Roulette Void Drown is a fun one because it takes us from not quite, but almost the very beginning to the very end. It is a very precise Void Drown. Once again, I'm actually borrowing Stevens' setup, who was in chat. Hi, Stevens. That's the most consistent Void Drown setup I know. Come on. There we go. I missed that by inches. Oof.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Sly's model hit the water, but not his hitbox hit the model or hit the water. Here we go. Super duper weird trick. Really fun one though. I might have canceled too early. No! I'm just gonna restart. I got too high so I couldn't see what I was doing. Fun fact, in case y'all didn't know, this game's camera does not have a Y-axis. So you can't look down.
Oh. Oh no!
Ow!
That's tragic.
Yeah. It's gonna be low. Tragic. Maybe... Gonna be low. Dang! No. Thank you, thank you. I wish there was a Thievius Raccoonus page that stopped electricity. All I'm saying is Sly's dad learned how to ride on lasers. There should be one that prevents electricity from damaging you. This is the one. Maybe not. Where was I grounded? I was grounded at the correct location. What just happened?
That's a great question.
Huh. We in there. My gosh.
Here we go. First time, every time.
Okay, this is the final vault in the game. Let's go. This level, and then we have World 5 to do. Okay. So we're gonna do Boxy Proxy. This is the one I was talking about earlier that's also just called Mean Proxy. That is probably the easiest proxy in the game, by the way. Once again, if anybody wants to just like pull out their game and try that one works like really consistently. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do something interesting here.
140 to figure this one out.
Game? The code is 532. Game? Are you okay?
Press the circle to enter the vault code. You need an IQ of at least 140 to figure this one out. Dial in 468.
468. Oh my god, I haven't done 2 to Tango. Shoot. Okay, there's 2 more levels. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Game okay? Yeah, I was like, is game okay? Okay. We're back to the create your own proxy level. Does that make sense?
This animation looks really goofy.
I know. We've officially cut all of them out of the game, but there used to be 2 spots where in the run we had to do like 300 of them in a row.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Also, that being said, we are coming up on my estimate time, so feel free to cut me off whenever. Okay. So, we are once again just going to create our own proxy. This is going to take us to the vault right here. I use slow because this is just kind of a precise landing. There we go. Okay. So now we have a fun new strat to test out. This strat is the newest one that's been added to this category so far. Might have missed the... Nope. I'm still here. Okay. So we're going to do a version of Water Tower Proxy that gets us on top of that roof over there, and then we're going to do a slingshot in order to make it to the key. Okay. This one is a little precise. I wonder the number of times that I've said that during this run. Okay. So now I'm going to set up a slingshot. And we're going to do a super jump all the way to the end over here. And then our grounded position is set up at the top of this roof. So if all of this is done correctly, this should slingshot us over to the key, except I grabbed coins. Heck. I need to wait for that coin to get out of my way. There we go. The reason that I take damage here is because it's possible for Carmelita to shoot me while I'm doing the setup, and I'd really rather her not. So taking damage gives me a little longer to work with, where she doesn't try to shoot at me. Yeah, like that. That's no momentum. Oh! Okay. That antenna proxy's super clean now. Oh, brutal. I did. That coin is rude. Okay. Setup is just a little precise. Ta-da!
Nice.
There we go. Now we go straight to the top. That's a super fun proxy to show off, by the way. If you ever want to show that off to somebody, like a friend or whatever, just be like, hey, look what I can do. So good. Because you do need to make sure that this guard is down so he doesn't break this box for you. But otherwise, you just jump between the box and the tires. And Sly will just kind of pop up.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. You need an IQ of at least 140 to figure this one.
Hold on, it's that load. Then load back the other level. The reason that we do this very weird loading thing is that there is a very long cutscene where Sly goes, at long last, the Thievius Raccoonus is complete, and goes on about his like family legacy or whatever. And we also don't want to listen to that because it sounds really similar to the evil villain monologues tables, and we don't need to deal with that. Okay, we're actually gonna do arrow proxy one more time. I am very much a fan of create your own proxies.
There we go.
Ta-da!
You've done it, Sly! The Thievius Raccoonus is
Okay,
complete!
now we just need to take down Clockwork.
Now, try beating all the Master Thief sprints to unlock the designer's commentary. Once you've unlocked them all, I've got a special behind the scenes.
I'm sorry I'm going a little overestimate, but I'm glad people seem to be enjoying.
This has to be easier than not collecting coins, right? It has to be, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, World 5 is actually very easy. We've already done the hard part. World 5 actually has very negligible coins, so we're basically just beating Clockwork as we would in like any percent. Except for if Sly does that. So this level is really interesting. Is anyone a fan of hacking in chat? Like the Bentley hacking minigame? If you are, the hacking trigger is right there next to Carmelita. And if you are a fan of hacking, I'm so sorry we're not doing it. So,
easy.
Yeah, proxy off that turret, you can go over the level trigger for hacking. You actually skip the entire level. It saves so much time. Now we are actually playing as Carmelita, and we're trying to protect Sly here while he goes and grabs his cane, because his cane has been stolen from him. Ignore the fact that we leave Carmelita locked inside of the biohazard container. Don't you worry. For any fans of cheese out there, we will be going back to that cutscene. I get to show you my favorite Bentley cutscene. There is a weird quirk in this game where entering hacking counts as 8% completion. And we are doing 100%. So while we don't play hacking, we do have to enter the level. Funnily enough. So now that we've already skipped hacking, we're going to go back and we're going to enter hacking and then leave. So we're going to leave Carmelita a second time trapped in the biohazard container. Oh!
Oh.
Alright. I'm just gonna let y'all listen to this beautiful Bentley line when it comes up, because it's, in my opinion, the best line in the entire game, and it's the delivery that really makes it.
You sentimental fool. Empathy has always been the downfall of the Cooper clan.
I knew this was a trap! Looks like I'm going to have to do some fast and furious hacking to shut down that gas before Sly's brain is turned to cheese. Haven't had to do this in a while.
It's so good. Alright, so now we have what's arguably the best platforming level in the entire game, which is saying a lot for a platforming game. Because this level is just pure platforming, which is really nice. That is a very precise cane jump that I'm very happy I pulled off first try. And we are into the final boss fight of the game. Now, none of this is RNG. We are going to just bait his first shots, and then we are going to fire at the place that Carmelita makes vulnerable. She's using her shock pistol to make one part of his armor vulnerable, and it's the same part every time. So we're just baiting the shots, moving out of the way, and then shooting the shot, the part that she makes vulnerable. Yeah, I'm not throwing away my shot.
Nice shooting, Sly! You got him! Wow, that's one tough owl.
I don't get it. You're so familiar with my family. You must have known my father had a son. If you hated the Coopers so much, why did you let me live when you stole the Thievius Raccoonus?
Because I wanted to show the world without the Cooper lines.
Alright.
Well, there's
I love that we get this moment in the speedrun as well. And this moment is in every category. This cutscene is not skippable.
I will finish you like I finished your father. And the Cooper line will be erased, and the only masterpiece will be clockwork.
Alright, so this section is really interesting. There is some mild RNG to it, but each individual ring is not RNG. It has a series of set patterns. I think there's 8 different patterns or something like that, and it chooses randomly between those 8 patterns. But once it chooses a pattern, the 4 rings will be in the same place every time. Which I think is really interesting.
You're the weakest Cooper I've yet encountered.
So if you see me moving automatically to go to the next ring, it's because I recognize, oh, that's this pattern. Did we just get the same pattern like 3 times? I think we did. Wow. That's impressive.
Purple ring.
No purple ring. Alright. Now we have the final ominous jump. This is Clockwork Jump. It is pretty precise. It's at the very end of the Clockwork fight, and if I miss it, I have to redo the entire Clockwork fight, Smile.
Oh god.
Yeah. I'm not very worried about that. I am very happy that we have like 1 ominous jump left. Oh, time. I am very happy that we have like 1 ominous jump left because it does make the end of the speed run just a little more on the edge of your seat. If it was like guaranteed, oh, the run's already over, what's our time? It's a little less interesting. So the fact that we have the run end with 1 more precise jump, I really like.
I'd beaten them all one by one and
also, little extra thing about finishing Clockwork there is if you remember the bramble breaks, you can spam up on the D-pad and square repeatedly, and it can actually make Sly's hitbox, or the cane hitbox, hit multiple times in one swing. So, it was Snuggles who created a task where you can defeat Clockwork in 8 frames on a single swing by doing a really precise, like, up and square rhythm, which I think is really funny. But as far as RTA runners, you just mash both of them and see how few hits you can get.
Now that Clockwork's death ray is out of commission.
Thank you for GG's. I really, really appreciate it. Also, it's tradition on PBs and or for marathons, we always have to show the kiss, so I'm gonna be quiet and let y'all enjoy this very good scene that this game ends with.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He leaves her stranded in a volcano.
It wouldn't be long before we'd see each other again.
My gosh.
Pardon you?
Uh-huh. Yeah, thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you for having me. I really, really appreciate it. I love getting to show off this game, and I especially love getting to show off this category because I feel like it's underappreciated and underknown, and it's just such a good category, despite being very brutal in some parts, as y'all saw. Also, shout out to the Sly community, because the Sly community is great. A ton of runners poured their hearts and souls into this run in order to make it what it is today. Stevens has been one of the premier runners in trying to help optimize this category, and the current world record holder, who I'm trying to take it back. Neon helped a ton. There was just a ton of people that routed this throughout the entire thing, and I love all of y'all. And then thank you everyone for watching. I really, really appreciate it. Special shout out to people who are here from my community. Hi, love y'all. I will, also, extra side note, I still haven't taken the world record back, so if you want to watch me, do world record attempts live, Alice at Wonderland Games. I think, yeah, you can link in the title for under the page or whatever. Yeah, I'll be doing world record attempts to try to take this back live. If you want to come there, watch it, I will, see y'all there if you want to. Anything else?
I just want to say thank you so much for showcasing the game. This looks like a really fun category. It's very difficult, but thank you so much for showcasing it. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for letting me go a little overestimate because the game wasn't cooperating with me.
Yeah, the game was not playing nice today, but you know that happens from time to time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Like I said, I had a great time, and I think chat did too, so
good.
Thank you so much for showcasing it.
Yeah. Alright. See y'all.
Yeah. With that said, that is all we have for today. We will have more shows coming up tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have Awfully Silly, and then Out of Bounds after that at 10 p.m. If you wouldn't mind, y'all, just sticking around, we're going to take a quick break while we look for a raid target. So if you wouldn't mind just sticking around to help us cheer on another speedrunner doing some speedrun attempts afterwards, that'd be awesome. Have a great night, everybody.